But yeah, I am going to I'm going to listen to the full thing and then I can give more of my thoughts on it. R.I.P. Bozo Lizzo quitting? Lizzo quitting what? I'm getting tired of putting up with being dragged by everyone in my life and on the internet. All I want is to make music and make people happy and help the world be a little better than how I found it. But I'm starting to feel like the world doesn't want me in it. I'm constantly up against lies being told about me for clout and views, being the butt of the joke every single time because of how I look. My character being picked apart by people who don't know me and disrespecting my name. I didn't sign up for this shit. I quit. Wait, she did a Joe Biden donor concert and that's what this is in reference to? Look, here's what I will say. The comments about her weight and how she looks, that is exhausting and awful. Enough. The other stuff, totally valid. Totally valid. And you can't be a shitty person and do shitty things and then hide behind, oh, everyone is awful to me. I'm sick of people like being cruel because for like of this one reason. And for Lizzo it being her weight. No, girl. Don't use it as a shield. Look, this is what I always say, okay? When you have someone like Lizzo, there are so many valid reasons to criticize her. We don't need to resort ever to mocking appearance because there are legitimate reasons to call her out. Being a black fat woman's a legitimate reason to feel tired with the internet, but this ain't it. Yeah. Exactly. It's kind of like Kevin Spacey coming out after his allegations, though maybe. I mean, I think it's the idea of using identity or something about yourself personally that people have been cruel about or that can invite bigotry or hatred, and using that as a shield to block valid criticisms of you and call-outs. Lizzo rocking the house. Wait, let me see.
We got 3 presidents in the building tonight. That sounds like a party to me. So everybody, clap your hands. Radio City Music Hall.
Boo! No. Hey, what's this about? Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, but I'm not gonna be falling for this. I'm sorry, Lizzo, that your whole career you have been relentlessly mocked for your weight. That is awful. That is shitty. But you need to take accountability and responsibility for your actions. Look at Will Menaker quote for that post. Wait, this one? Can someone re-edit this clip with the score from the Zone of Interest? Oh my god. Yeah, people are calling her out for doing a fundraiser for Biden. And also, like, Lizzo hasn't said shit about Palestine. Did we already talk about Justin Bieber? I went live 2 seconds ago. No, it's a big story we'll be covering. It's like the main story today. Honestly, I think it's good if she takes a break from celebrity, uses the time for self-reflection and improvement. Yeah, I don't know if that will happen, but if it does, that'd be great. I quit. Hey.
What's up?
I walked him.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. You're welcome.
Check out this. Am I ready for the tub?
I'm sorry.
Ready for the tub?
Somebody should stitch together a compilation of every time Will has showed his body on my stream.
I'm trying to get you some subs.
You try to... Ain't doing shit.
Chat, prove me right. I showed feminine nipples. Please sub. Please prime.
It's okay. No. It's good. Wait, what'd you say? You're ready for the tub? There you go. In to be. Oh
right,
my
baby.
God.
That's right, baby.
You know what, actually?
Oh, that's crazy. A hype train. I'm going to bring out the
Holy
clear plastic chair.
Okay.
Squish my balls up on it.
Okay. My God. Indie, thank you. Thank you for...
Someone's got to keep the lights on in this house.
Jesus.
Someone's got to pay for the cable.
Oh my gosh. Thank you for the 20, Indie. Anonymous, thank you for the 5.
Guys, thank you so much. I was just kidding. Have a good stream.
Thank you. Wow, look at how easy that is. Now people are asking to show hog. Native 3, thank you for the 10 months. Milo Kua, thank you for the tier 1. Jambussy, thank you for the tier 1. Ron Farron, thank you for the tier 1. Concussed Keeper, thank you for the 5. Friday Night, thank you for the 18 months. He's just laughing. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. God damn it. Roxy is Batty, thank you for the 3 months. And Grayson, thank you for the bits. Art of Venus, thank you for the tier 1. Brenner, thank you for the gifted. You know what? It is Women's Month, so I think it's actually a good thing that Will is using his body to make me money. Bandit D, thank you for the 3 months. Doing my part. Yes. Pippin the Degu, thank you for the 3. Dragon Army, thank you for the 5. Let's go. That's feminine. He's just dying laughing. You know what? That's actually feminism. You using your body. That was your silent protest. You using your body to make money for me. Wow. My God, Indie, you are popping off. Hey, Will. Come here. Thank you for another, Jesus, 20 subs. Thank you so much. Come here. Indie has been popping off, as have other members of my community. Can you give us, like, something?
What the hell? Now this feels all wrong.
Maybe, like, I don't know, you always love to look at your body.
Now I'm being extorted.
Maybe show your arm?
What happened to not wanting me to do this?
Now I've realized yeah. Now I've realized the worth in it. Ooh! Yeah! How about some hole?
What? Dude, I look ripped, bro.
You are... How do you do that?
You just think about it.
You think about it?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm fucking jacked these days.
Anon, thank you for another 5.
Now you're gonna have to get your own subs.
Man.
This meal ticket's walking out the door.
You guys, I'm not kidding you. I have told him so many times that I support him doing OnlyFans and I'll manage it. You know? That's how we'll do things. If streaming were to end tomorrow, like if it were to all to go away, we would get Will's OnlyFans going. You know what? We're flipping things on its head, okay? Yeah, I'm gonna be an e-pimp. Yup. Thank you to all my down bad soldiers in chat who so generously am kickstarting the Will Neff OnlyFans career. You're really making Anti-Pecker's dreams come true. He's probably too busy looking at Austin in a bathtub. Just like Jesus, I'm all for the second coming. Hell yeah! You're welcome, guys. And thank you. I think that, look, we have a lot of friends who are, how many bits is TTS? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I usually just read whatever you write in TTS. We have a bunch of friends who are very successful OnlyFans girlies. I think we could get Will to the top. And I could use my creative theatrical brain. Bits don't act. Oh. Is this TTS? I have to know. Oh, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how to do it. I thought I set it up a long time ago. I just always read the messages. Thank you for the bit token. You know, Austin would be so mad Will starting OnlyFans first and be successful. Yeah, he would try then to get in on it. The only TTS is for make TTS with channel points. Okay, let me add to my list. Then this must be TTS for sure. I don't know. I guess it's not set up. I'll do TTS. Thank you for those bits, Hogan. TTS. While we're here, anything else on the to-do list? TTS. Let's see. Ahem. Subscriber emotes. Yeah. Yes. Anything to do with channel points. Well, I tried to get Will's hot sauce. I can't get it. I was gonna auction off. Not auction off. I was gonna take people who had a certain amount of channel points and then put them in a raffle and then send out hot sauce, and I can't fucking get any. Split audio. I've tried to do split audio, but I'll add it on the list. You know who's actually really good at tech stuff? Who I should just ask about the split audio, because I need someone to show me it. Either Denims or obviously Sam. Just read it, LL. Ask people who were in chat yesterday. I came out of coma and nothing made me feel alive until Will Neff came into this room and teased Hall. Nothing like waking up from a coma to Will Neff's abs. Split audio is easy to do. You guys, nothing is easy for me to do. How have we not figured this out? While you're doing tech stuff, if you make a last FM account and connect your Spotify, we can have a real song command. Okay. Last FM account. Okay. No way you have a list to improve the stream. I have a list running for everything in my life, always. And often it feels like I'm just adding to the list rather than being able to cross things off. Like, I have a personal life list. I have a list of things for the apartment. I have a stream list. But I have a stream list of, like, tech things. And then content things. And then, like, outside my own stream things. Ugh. I got more lists than Santa Claus. Okay. What else? Oh, you guys. Oh my god. So remember I told you about this convention that I'm going to in San Antonio next Saturday, where I'm going to be a panelist and then be hanging out with junior high kids and teaching them all about being a gamer and content creator? So I was looking at the list of questions for this panel. And the questions are like, what's your favorite esports moment? You know what this stems back to? This stems back to when I applied for partnership after having been denied. And I wrote, gaming, we love to game. We game all in my stream. All I do is game. That's what this comes from. Yeah, I don't know. And then I'm supposed to like talk to the kids about being a gamer and give them tips on tech. I was looking at this whole setup. I'm like, so I'm supposed to talk about tech, esports, gaming, all things related to that. Okay. Tech tips from Caroline Kwan. It's gonna be great, though. It's gonna be great. Because here's the thing. I'm good with kids. And I think it's good for them to see me and my career and know, stay in school. Stay in school. And if you want to be an influencer, don't. Chaos Valkyries, thank you for the prime. And Helidopex, thank you for the prime. Just say when Deft won Worlds. Let me write that down. When Deft won Worlds. And I looked at the list of panelists, and it's all esports people. Name 100 pro gamers. 300 Watt, thanks for the bits. If you say Evo 2004 was your favorite esports moment, you'll win the crowd over.
It's Evo 2004, the final day of the most prolific fighting game tournament in the world. And though no one knew it at the time, two fighting game legends, Justin Wong and Daigo Umehara, are about to make fighting game history, when something that was thought to be impossible became known.
Motherfucking Tarek!
It's Evo moment 37.
No, but here's what I'm worried about. What if I have a prepared answer like this, or when Deft won Worlds, and then I get asked about it? And I'm like, well, I just was so taken with the moment. Yo, Will, what's your favorite esports moment? White Grizzly, thank you for the 7 months. You know that this, you know in San Antonio, what I'm going to? You know it's all about esports, right?
Google? That's really great.
This, yeah. This
Google,
moment.
Uzi, he's still alive. He's still fighting.
Uzi?
YouTube.
This one?
No, it should be on. It should be Legend
League?
of Legends. Yeah.
Right here?
Mm-hmm.
100 to 0 Uzi, and knowing if he can position properly, it would then allow him to clean up fights his vein. But OMG going for the fights. They have the man advantage.
Oh, lovely. Naturally going very deep. Cool going to go over towards Sammy. There's a Stan United being used
Uzi's
very,
behind
very early. Uzi is coming in from the backside. Surprise! Here comes the vein. Kill for White. San's not going to escape this one. They focus down Uzi. Well, look at him. He's still alive. He's still surviving. He stays alive. Ace for Royal Club. What a
Ace for Royal Club, dude!
Oh,
Man, you
alrighty.
really do know that moment. Why do you love that moment so much?
It's hype.
Why is it hype?
It's just hype as shit. Or look up Faker Zed Mirror. That shit's hype. That shit's hype.
Right? I'm like, even though I only have a mat on the floor, I think he's in the bed. Oh, Faker maybe in trouble here. Deathmark tries to clean it up for Ryu. Oh, look at the cleanse, look at the moves. Faker, what was that? Faker with a huge play, the QSS.
Sorry. It's so funny. The juxtaposition of the announcers.
Faker, what was that? Faker with a
And just his face.
huge play, the QSS. I can't believe I just saw
He
that.
actually won that duel.
I can't
as
believe that
SK
happened.
Telecom
I'm gonna
just
lose my mind.
charges into the KT Bullets base.
Oh, Sky Eva, that's a good one. Tark winning a CSGO major, and your reason can be because you're friends. Okay, yes, because I need to have a personal element to it. I'm gonna be like, Tark and I are friends. I actually presented him with the Best FPS award at the Streamer Awards, and him winning the CSGO major was so exciting. Motherfucking Tar. I can't say motherfucking though, because there are going to be children. Yeah. Huge Tarek fan. Okay, this sounds good. Okay. So I've got a couple moments here just in case you know, the convo keeps going about great esports moments. So I have insane Zed play. Fuck, what was the other one? Uzi's still alive and he's still going. I think we watched this one on stream before. Daigo Umahara parring every single kick of Justin Wong's Chun-Li, who I've actually done cosplay of, kids. I did cosplay of Chun-Li one time, and watching Daigo Umahara parry every single kick of Justin Wong's Chun-Li in Street Fighter 3's Third Strike at EVO 2004 was incredible. What game does Tarek play? He plays Valorant. No. Yeah, he plays Valorant.
You've gotten me to watch so many movies I'd never have seen otherwise, including last night when I thought I was going to bed early. You're a Jim Ray album cozy.
Deacons, thank you for the 7 months. That makes me happy. I'm glad. What game did he win a major in? Valorant. No. Okay, well, I've got research to do. No CSGO. Wait, I thought that was what the tournament or the major was. That's the oh, that's the game. CSGO major. What the fuck is CSGO? Oh, man. I've got much studying to do.
Happy 9 months, Caroline. Hope you're doing
I thought
well.
I thought the tournament was. No, that doesn't make any. No, that was just me being dumb. That was me being dumb. Zion, thank you for the 9 months. I am doing well, thank you. Anyway, CSGO is Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Got it. I think having an authentic normie experience on the panel could be nice. I just wonder if they know who I am. Because I looked at the questions that they sent, and they are specifically, like, they do ask me, oh, you've been an actress, and now you're now you're a content creator, like, what advice do you give? Blah, blah. But there are gaming specific and esports specific questions. Or you could say 821 since you do politics on stream. What the fuck is 821? How do you do, fellow kids? Yeah, so I don't know if I, like, just go full, hey kids, I'm actually not like the other people on this panel where you guys probably know more about esports than I do, but I can tell you about working in nightclubs. Oh, that's the day Hassan said the 9/11 thing. Oh, 821, okay. Got it. You guys are fucking with me. I see. I thought I played a game or something that day. Look, I can give you advice on, I don't know, how to fight men. You know what I should do? I should be like in Miss Congeniality when she teaches self-defense for her talent. I'm like, all right, so here's the scenario. You guys get older. Maybe you go out to bar, maybe you go out to nightclub, and someone's fucking with you. What are you gonna do? What should I get my mom for her birthday? Ask her what she likes. That's what I do with my mom. Otherwise, I send her flowers. Flowers are always lovely. But if there's something that your mom, like, especially wants, I don't think there's any harm in getting something for someone that they actually want. You could teach people how to come through the streaming adversities, aka having technical issues on every stream. I don't think I come through the streaming adversities, but thank you. That's a good idea. Solar plexus, instep, nose, groin. Sing. All you have to do is sing. Anywho, that's what I'm doing next Sunday. So I will be out of town that weekend. And then tomorrow I had intended on taking the day off, but I have set up a conversation with a couple journalists, Kat Tenbarge and Stephen R. Soch. Kat I've had on stream before, but they both wrote pieces on the Drake Bell situation and what's been happening online. And so, of course, they're journalists and they get up early. Dragon Army, thank you for the 5. Appreciate ya. So we are going to be having the convo at 10 a.m. I'm going to do a short special stream tomorrow. I'll probably try to go live around 9 just to go over both of their reporting, let you guys know like why we're having this conversation. And then should be probably an hour. And then I have the rest of my day booked out because I thought I was taking tomorrow off. But alas, This is what we do. That was 5 gifted because Will Neff walked by. Every single sub I have gotten tonight has been because of Will's man titties. Woohoo! Get to wake up for a special stream. Yes, I will I already know I'm going to be exhausted. Because the whole me trying to go to bed early has not been happening. In fact, I'm getting worse. I don't know how this happens. I'm like, you know what? I don't want to go to bed at 4 a.m. I'm going to try to go to bed at 3. And then I start going to bed at 5. And then 6. Denim said she's having the same issue. My brain is just so awake. It's ruining my life. Yeah. So tomorrow I already envision how I'm gonna be feeling. But it's an important conversation to have, and I planned it, so just don't go to bed. Woo, baby. All right, so what are we doing today? Today, the main story that we're going to be looking at, we're going to be taking a look back, I should say. This is not something new that has come out, but we're going to be looking at how Justin Bieber was sexualized when he was a teenager. Flunky, thank you so much for the 10. Pog, thank you. I'm gifting when Will isn't around, therefore I love women. Yes, and we only have 2 days left of Women's Month, you guys. So, be like Flunky. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I've just been really thinking with all of the stuff regarding Quiet on Set and how often on here we've looked at stories of celebrities being abused or celebrities being abusers. And Justin Bieber is one that I haven't talked about him on here, and I also haven't ever really thought about what Justin Bieber went through when he was a kid and when he was one of the most famous people in the world, and then how that affected him later in life when he went through when he was really clearly troubled and mentally unwell and was getting into a lot of trouble and doing a lot of unsavory things, and then growing out of that and finding Jesus and finding church and marrying Haley and very obviously needing something to anchor him and turn his life around. So I was doing a bunch of research today looking into Justin Bieber, and I found a lot of stuff that, holy shit. Is it possible for Hollywood to just not sexualize children? Is it possible ever? Jesus. It's to a point where I'm genuinely like, no child, no minor should ever be a part of the Hollywood machine. The destruction that it does to these kids when they are so young and when they are in such a pivotal part of their development, and the damage that it inflicts on them for the rest of their lives, and how it how when they reach adulthood, so many of them aren't able to cope with the mental and physical trauma that was dealt to them when they were kids. Jeez. Anyway, that's the main story we're going to look at. And then we're going to talk about Jennifer Lopez, because Jenny from the block ain't having a good time. She's having a real bad time, and she's had to cancel tour dates because her album has flopped. She's been getting ripped apart for her documentary. There's a bunch of old comments that Jennifer Lopez made in past interviews that have resurfaced, and the internet is having a heyday with Jenny. She's getting mocked for constantly referencing being from the Bronx. She's getting mocked for her bodega orders. Like, Jennifer Lopez, I do not think expected, one, for her new album and music video, movie, and documentary to flop so badly, and two, for people to make fun of her. Like, I do not, in my mind, Jennifer Lopez believed that Bennifer 2.0 for the JLO segment. Thank you. Bennifer 2.0 was going to be this huge thing that the internet was going to eat it up, just like just like the media ate up Bennifer 1.0. And then when JLO and Ben got back together a couple years ago, and that was a huge thing. I really think she thought that this was going to be her, this was going to be her opus. Anyway, my plan is to watch, finally, The Greatest Love Story Never Told. We are going to watch Jennifer Lopez's documentary that the internet has been having a field day with. And it's going to be watch party. And my plan is, let's see, we're almost an hour in. It'll probably take me like an hour to do the Biebs story. And then I'd like to get to the JLo stuff after. So I'm gonna factor like an hour and a half until we get to watching The Greatest Love Story Never Told. So like 8 o'clock Pacific time, estimated. I'm gonna go lift now. Must get to watching The Greatest Love Story Never Told. Okay. So that's the plan. Great. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. All right, let me close out of some stuff here. Okay. I think we're just gonna get into the first story here on the Biebs. All right. I think. Okay, there we go. You can call me Jess. Thank you for the 4 months. And Slime Bagel, thank you for the 4 months. Was it a double feature tonight? That was initially the plan. And then I scheduled this conversation for tomorrow, so I feel as if I'm not 100% confident on doing a double feature. To be determined. Seeing how the stream goes. Okay? All right, let me grab some agua, and then we'll get into the Biebs. I wonder if it's gonna rain. The sky looks really weird. Let me see. It looks like a big storm is coming, Mr. Wayne. Oh, yeah. The sky is this weird yellowish tint. Well, not the sky, but looking outside. Okay. So continuing on with our series of a celebrity who became famous when they were very young and was chewed up, spit out, used and abused, and are now adults having to deal with all of that trauma. And I think it's important to note that understanding what happens to these celebs when they're children doesn't excuse their behavior. Obviously, there have been a lot of things that Justin has done, from saying the N-word to drag racing to fights that he's been in, that I'm not excusing. But I think looking at the context of his life and now how, you know, I don't think this was something that we didn't know before, but really understanding how the Hollywood machine like just destroys kids who go through it helps to put things into perspective. And I think about Justin, and the one funny story I have about Justin Bieber, I've told it before, is when he came to Iowa. I think I was maybe a junior or senior in high school, and he had a concert in Iowa. And there were reports of him, so he would have been 15 or 16. This was in his Baby era. Wasn't that his album name? Baby. Anyway, he went to our local Walmart and bought watermelons and was smashing them in the parking lot. And I remember hearing about this and being like, that's really weird. But after looking into all this stuff today, I was thinking about that story and I went, God damn, this kid just needed to be a kid. And maybe doing something like throwing a watermelon in a parking lot, smashing it, was just him, I don't know, him trying to be a kid in the midst of becoming one of the biggest superstars in the world. Tito Burrito Cals, thank you for the 12 months. Anyway, all right, let's jump into it.
Justin Bieber is probably the last person on earth you feel bad for. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed tween made a few YouTube videos singing in 2007, got swooped up by the major record labels, and they forced his generic pop songs onto us.
So he was 12 years old when he made his first YouTube video, or it was like the YouTube video where he got discovered. So Scooter Braun, remember old Scooter Braun? Scooter Braun was the one who discovered Justin Bieber, who was just a young boy living in Canada, making music on YouTube. And he, I think at 12 or 13 was when Scooter signed him. And then by 15, he was a star. Like 15, 16 years old. Is there a background noise or I'm tripping? Yeah, I think it was Will's phone.
Then every young girl in the world became obsessed with him, making him millions of dollars and keeping his songs in rotation on the radio. He was an easy person to hate, or just completely disregard. However, in the early 2010s, he started to change. He was lashing out in public, assaulting people, and starting to confirm people's suspicions of him being a snobby rich brat. And although this video is not going to be me trying to convince you that Justin Bieber is an unproblematic saint, there is another perspective to consider that might make his antics a little understandable. For example, the many times he was blatantly assaulted or harassed in public.
Can I say this? Lean into me again. You smell amazing. How old are you? Thank you.
It isn't very difficult to see how uncomfortable Justin
Fucking
is.
James
James
Corden.
Corden is leaning in as close as he possibly can with his hand resting on Justin's back.
Thank you so much. Look at him. Look at what a beautiful face. All right.
Rubbing Justin's face was just disrespectful, but he couldn't resist touching the boy.
So James Corden was like smelling him and saying how good he smelled. And then he also, I don't think it's in this video, but in this clip, he goes, "Oh, you have such beautiful eyes." This is just one of many examples of adults making Justin Bieber feel uncomfortable. And you can see in every example that we'll look at, Justin is not comfortable. He doesn't know what to do. In many cases, he'll like visibly and audibly express how weird he feels, how strange it is. And yet, whatever,
Bieber
didn't
awkwardly
matter.
tries to go along with the joke, but James makes it even worse.
Voted to just do it. Don't mess around. Don't tease me, Bieber.
People couldn't keep their hands off Justin, including Katy Perry, who had to get herself a handful as she mouths to the camera, "Sorry, Selena." At the end of this interaction, Justin says, "We can do that forever if you want," which made some people think that he was okay with this behavior. Even David Letterman put his hands on Justin. During the 2012 interview, David insisted on denouncing Justin's tattoos.
Is that a new tattoo?
This is a new tattoo.
Oh, God, how many do you have?
I have a couple, just a couple.
Well, tell me that's the last one.
It might be.
No, it is. You don't, I mean, honestly.
David decided to treat Justin like his son's troubled friend looking for guidance, even though it was never asked for. Funny thing is, Justin ended up doing exactly what David told him not to do. But Letterman took it too far when he put his hands on Justin.
You know, I got believe.
Get that off of there.
Hey.
Although this one wasn't explicit in nature, it was still totally uncalled for. David would later apologize for his behavior, but it's odd to see how many people were so willing to put their hands on the boy. Luckily, he was able to prevent Leah Remini from getting her hands on him during this interview on The Talk. Justin had to shout no 5 times before she would stop, but that's not all. Earlier in this segment, she was forcing him to answer a really strange would you rather question.
Would you rather have to be naked on stage during one full song, or drink a cup of blended worms? Answer Justin Bieber.
For no reason at all, Leah insisted on pushing this very sexual question while there are little girls and boys directly behind her in the audience. Justin realized he was trapped because no matter what he tried to say, she was trying to force the answer she wanted out of him, but he stood his ground and chose to not give in to her manipulation. This wasn't the first time Justin stood his ground.
I also think I want to go back and look at this full, because I want to show you this part. Hold on one second. God damn it. I fucking hate that TikTok does not show up on God damn it. Sorry guys. Hold on. Justin Bieber, Leah Remini. TikTok classic. Okay, I'm just gonna have to yeah, let's see.
Okay, do we have time for my thing? Okay, all right. Do you know Would You Rather game? Would you rather? You know that game?
Yeah, I know that game.
Okay, so here's my question. Would you rather have to be naked on stage during one full song, or drink a cup of blended worms? Answer Justin Bieber.
I have like little girl fans. I can't go.
Okay, imagine that.
Okay, the fact that 15-year-old Justin Bieber identifies that question is not appropriate because he has little girls who are fans of his. Look in the crowd. Look how many young girls are in the crowd. So this is what I was talking about during all of the Quiet on Set coverage that we did, where it wasn't just the Nickelodeon kids who were being sexualized, who were being abused, who were being traumatized by these adults. It was also the fact that the episodes of shows like Zoe 101 and Victorious, where they were doing blatantly sexual content, was being shown to a child audience. The target audience of Nickelodeon shows are kids. And so what that does is it normalizes this type of behavior and this type of thinking. It is not appropriate to ask a 15-year-old boy a question like this, and especially not in front of a group of children. Look at how many kids there are. They don't understand. Like, they don't know why that's a problem, but it's being normalized for them. Like, they can't identify yet that is sexualizing Justin Bieber, and that is then having him and other people picture him naked and him have to talk about that.
Imagine it wasn't like weird like that.
Imagine there's no laws. Like, what is fucking wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Imagine there's no laws. So it's totally fine to be nude in front of children. Like, what are we doing?
I wouldn't do either. I don't know.
She's screaming at him. She is also screaming at him. Look, I know that Leah Remini has done a lot of good work exposing Scientology. I think at this time she was still a Scientologist. Not saying it excuses it. However, this is so wildly inappropriate.
Like, I
will grab your face.
Hey, I saw that stuff you were drinking in the movie. That looked like worms. You could have probably.
Like, why is she tweaking her? You can hear her saying, "I will grab your face." He is so visibly not okay with this.
Like, I
will grab your face.
Hey, I saw that stuff you were drinking in the movie. That looked like worms. You could have probably.
Her body language is so strange. It's really, but this whole clip is really, really weird. Really weird. Anyway, okay, I just wanted to show you the full thing on that.
When a host got
Oh my God. Sorry, guys. Honey Doe, thank you for the tier 1.
sexual with him. While doing a radio show called Mojo in the Morning, the host, Shannon Murphy, brought the conversation in a strange direction.
Has your mom given you the sex talk yet?
I mean, like, I really don't want to have that conversation with my mother.
Yeah.
Like, I've kind of had it with my father.
You want to hear? Oh, really? See, my parents never gave me the sex talk.
Okay.
So why don't you give me the sex talk?
I feel uncomfortable right now.
Oh.
Why don't you give me the sex talk? She's 26. 26. And he's like maybe 15 here. Maybe. 26 years old saying to a boy, "Why don't you give me the sex talk?"
Why do you want to know the sex talk from a 15-year-old boy? That's pretty weird.
He very clearly stated that he was uncomfortable when the host brought up sex, but the circumstances that built up to this are a bit
Yeah, let me
complicated
just go.
Okay.
So why don't you give me the sex talk?
I feel uncomfortable right now.
Oh.
Why do you want to know the sex talk from a 15-year-old boy? That's pretty weird.
He very clearly stated
This is a pattern you will notice. I've pointed this out, but just like be aware, you'll notice this pattern of Justin always pointing out that he's not comfortable, pointing out that it's not appropriate. This is a kid. And it's sad because in most instances, kids who were sexualized and abused by adults and predators in Hollywood didn't have the language or didn't have the wherewithal in the moment to call out adults who were being weird and inappropriate and predatory towards them. And so it's almost astonishing to see Justin, who is so young, but like being able to call out these adults, but not having them stop. Yeah, like setting boundaries is hard, especially when you're young. And he's only been on the scene for a short amount of time, you know? He's only been famous for a little bit.
Stated that he was uncomfortable when the host brought up sex, but the circumstances that built up to this are a bit confusing, because earlier in the conversation, this happened.
Justin, what are you going to be doing after the show tonight? Well, I thought I was picking you up.
Now, when I was 15 years old, I probably would have said some dumb stuff like that to an older girl, but apparently Justin couldn't keep his hands to himself.
That little kid is like a walking set of hormones. He is.
Wow, got a little too touchy-feely with you?
He wasn't just like patting my butt, he was grabbing my butt and he kept saying, "Is it inappropriate? Is this inappropriate?"
Oh my God.
And he
How
would grab
old
it harder and go, "Is it inappropriate now? Is it inappropriate now?" Hi. Oh my gosh, he's kissing me. Here, come sit here. Come sit with me right here. Dude, Justin Bieber just like comes up and you just started making out with me, you know that?
Is that not appropriate?
Justin was obviously flirting with Shannon in a juvenile way. Then she said live on air how Justin was touching and kissing her. We can imagine there were definitely some instances where Justin felt like he could probably touch whoever and whatever he wanted, since, well...
So I have a couple thoughts on this. Okay, so what happens when inappropriate behavior like this gets normalized is it teaches kids that's what they should do. Duh, obviously. The other thing is that it sounds to me as if she's playing it up. You know, the whole, "Oh, you're making out with me, you're grabbing my butt." That is playing up a situation that shouldn't be happening. That is continuing to normalize this behavior. She is the adult in the situation and he is the child. And given the comments that she had made already about having the sex talk and then the flirting with him and playing up that he's flirting with her, that is on her. It's on her. Yeah, people are topping inappropriate like it's just a joke. Right. Exactly. And you can hear him say like, "Oh, is that inappropriate? Is that inappropriate?" Because that was the environment. That was the cult. That was what the vibe that they were creating there, that we joke about like, "Oh, this being inappropriate, but it's okay to do that." Like Justin, yes, he's right in the hurricane of puberty. Exactly. Saying that he's a walking bag of hormones, like that is just not appropriate to be saying about a kid. These are conversations like with the behavior being inappropriate on Justin's behalf. One, you cannot normalize that and you cannot be encouraging it and then also being like leading it on. And two, you need to have those conversations then in private. You do not reinforce that behavior. God.
It was often done to him, but regardless, the 26-year-old shouldn't have brought up the sex conversation on the air. Even men were infatuated with young Bieber. L.A. Reid, music executive who signed Justin to his first major record deal, said, "This kid was beautiful, like a woman can be beautiful, and men rarely are, and he turned it on as soon as he stepped into the room." He recalls how Bieber had
This kid was beautiful. Like a woman can be beautiful, and men rarely are. And he turned it on as soon as he stepped into the room. This is sickening.
grown his hair down, almost covering his eyes, and says he could see immediately that Justin's hair would be every bit as important as his songs, his voice, his face, or his presence. Justin was simply beautiful. He gushes. His superpower was his face. The context of this article...
Yeah, it's sick. A 14-year-old kid describing him this way. It's not even the weirdest thing L.A. Reid has said. I know. L.A. Reid is a really, really sus person. Not just these comments. But this is just to show you from the get-go, because L.A. Reid was L.A. Reid was the CEO of Def Jam Music Group, and he also signed Usher. He signed Usher, and then he signed Justin Bieber. And so this is what he is describing. He's describing how he felt when he first saw Bieber. And it's obvious from the start that he looked at Bieber objectifying him and understanding that they could sexualize this kid because he had this androgynous look, that he had this beautiful woman-like appearance and was beautiful in a way that men aren't. And I think that that was a big part of how they made Justin appealing. Like, that's what they really pushed. Yeah, we're going to get into the Usher and Diddy's. The Usher and Diddy and Justin Bieber triangle.
Makes it seem like L.A. Reid was attracted to the young Bieber, but we don't really know that for sure. He was definitely right about his star power, but how he came to that conclusion just seems a little odd. However, the most deplorable assault was by Jenny McCarthy at the 40th Annual
This is
American
really bad,
Music
you guys.
Awards.
This is bad.
I feel violated right now.
A shocked Justin Bieber couldn't say anything but the truth. I feel violated right now. By this point, this was all too common for him. The craziest part is that Jenny straight up admitted to her crime.
Okay, I'm going to play this clip. You guys are going to freak out. Jenny McCarthy is already such a vile person, and I already thought she was vile before I knew about this. This woman needs to be thrown in the grinder. She is awful, and she has been awful for a long time. And listen to what she says about it.
Great. I just got to neck Justin Bieber and grab his butt.
I saw that you totally, it was like a full-on almost makeout session.
It was a little cougar scary.
Yeah.
But I took the opportunity in the window, considering I'll never get to do it again, and kind of molested him.
Well, we hear that.
She's 40, by the way. She's 40. Justin was 18. And she just joked about molesting him. And joked that she had to take her window because she'd never get the opportunity again. Isn't she the anti-vax lady also? Yes.
He may be back on the market now and available.
Can you imagine how hilarious that would be? That would be the cougar score of the century. Jenny McCarthy dates Justin Bieber.
Would you?
I want some Bieber fever, and I want a Bieber rash.
I want it all.
It'd be like cougar rape.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can tell this interviewer is not going to, she's not going to call Jenny out and doesn't know how to, I think, and doesn't know how to push back on this, but she knows that these comments are not okay. Jenny McCarthy has said, I molested him, and has said, yeah, it's cougar rape. Jesus. Yep.
But do you think that he's been handling the pressure well? How did you see him out there?
Yeah, I feel like he is. I don't know what to do. I can't even imagine starting in the industry as young as he has. And then to go through a public breakup so young. I've had that.
Can't imagine how hard it's been for him to have started in the industry so young. Yeah, when he's surrounded by fucking creeps like you who assault him, who violate him on stage. You freak. After that moment happened, by the way, Pitbull goes, man, I wish that had been me. And I think that's a perfect example of how when young men and young boys are sexualized by much older women, so usually this is brought up when we talk about female teachers who rape their male students. And yet the way that it is viewed is, oh, he's so lucky. Oh, I wish I were that boy. I don't see any problem with it. She's hot. He wished that he was Justin. That's what Pitbull said. Pitbull, who is a representation of how adults view a kid getting sexually assaulted by an adult, is to look at it, and when that kid is a boy and the adult is a woman, is to look at it and go, how lucky is he? I wish I was that kid. She's hot. I wish it had been me. Should have been me.
I'm in my 30s, and I was still like, oh, to have to do it in front of the media. But I think he's handling it good. He's got a smile on his face, and he's moving forward, and that's all you can do.
What kind of advice would you give him? Maybe date somebody a little older?
You know what? I would say, no, take the time for yourself in between relationships.
Shut the fuck
such
up.
an expert at this. And look at kind of a pattern that you don't want to continue. What are you looking for now? What didn't you like before? And then make those changes, because otherwise you wind up dating the same person over and over and over.
Words. I'm sorry. Digress. It's okay. So
I just am blown away by how popular Jenny McCarthy was once upon a time in Hollywood. Sexual assault of men played for laughs. Oh, we watched this. Yeah. Wait, I think we did. Yes. I think we watched this months ago. I watched a lot of pop culture detective videos. This is a really, really good video. Not going to watch it tonight, but this is a really good video all about this exact thing. About how when men and boys are sexually assaulted, it's funny, it's a joke, or it is a thing that they're lucky. It's not sexual assault. When a boy is raped by his adult female teacher, oh, how lucky is he? She's hot. It's always like but is she hot? Type of joke. Oh my God. Anyway, okay. Let's go back here.
Crimes.
I took the opportunity in the window, considering I'll never get to do it again, and kind of molested him. It'd be like cougar rape.
Jenny clearly enjoys the predatory behavior, as she described it as molestation and R-word. She thinks it's cute and quirky, and even bragged about it on Twitter after.
My Thanksgiving, describing to my nieces over and over again what Justin Bieber tastes like. Fuck this lady. Burn in hell, Jenny McCarthy.
Now, if this all happened while the cameras were on, could you imagine what happened while the cameras were off? Just like many child stars, Justin turned to drugs. Every teenager experiments, but he was trying to cope and escape, which led to behavior that left a permanent stain on his reputation. For all the people that hated Justin, he was about to give them a stronger reason. And for all the people with unrealistic expectations, they were about to be crushed. His first controversy began in 2013 when TMZ leaked photos of him holding what appeared to be a blunt. Although Justin faced no
I just want to show a couple more examples too, and what Patrick's saying here, where he's like, that's the stuff that's on camera, that's the stuff that's public, Imagine what's happening behind the scenes. Imagine the things that you don't see of what's going on. I could not find these videos anywhere else, so I have to play them off of Sloane's video here. I know Sloane has been really sus in the past, but there's a couple of moments on here that I just simply could not find anywhere else.
But asking a young boy about sex and having them trying to explain this to you, it just seems so intimate, and you're taking a vulnerable person, a minor, and what? Like, for what reason? Do you think it's funny? I don't understand the point of it besides to try to push him to his limit to create good content, which ultimately is just exploiting him further. Here's another bizarre interview where the reporter has taken it too far.
Like French girl. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so that interviewer just asked him, do you like French girls because they have big boobs?
Really weird question. And, only 15, my mom right there.
I'm glad that Justin brought his mother into the room at this moment, because a lot of people are going to see these clips and ask, where were his parents? But they were there. The media was just ruthless. Here are a few more uncomfortable clips from interviews Justin has done.
On blast,
You want to say it again? You have beautiful lips.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you, bro.
You got great lips.
Thank you.
Wear condoms.
You can clearly see in all of these moments that Justin is uncomfortable. And I'm sure there's so much more to his story. So if you guys want me to do a follow-up.
Yeah, no, he knew it was weird. And then him being told by some adult stranger who's interviewing him, he doesn't know that person, to wear condoms. Like, there's your advice. Wear condoms. Okay. And then let's look at this Ellen clip.
Here's how this happened.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys remember this, but I think this was in 2015. Justin Bieber went on vacation and he stepped outside his little the place that he was staying at, and paparazzi took photos of him naked. This was obviously not with his consent. They took these photos naked, and they made a huge wave online and in the media. And then Ellen brought Bieber on to talk to him about that.
Talk about the paparazzi shot in Bora Bora.
Okay.
So you are obviously in a private bungalow.
Yep.
And because usually we're all pretty good at spotting paparazzi.
Yeah.
They
Like,
hide in
why,
boats, pretend to be
dude?
fishermen,
Yeah.
and we're like,
Yeah.
you're paparazzi. I mean, we're pretty good at it. How did you not see that there was paparazzi there?
Well, I just didn't see them. I think I wasn't really looking out for them either, so.
This
Was
is
there
embarrassing.
when you think back on it now, can you see where they may have been? Were they
yeah,
in a boat?
yeah, they're definitely in a boat. Yeah.
Mhm. And how quickly after that was shot did you realize that happened? Did that go on wire right away?
Yeah, it was pretty much like a couple days. It was like a couple days later. Scooter hit me. He was like, "Yo, I hate to tell you this, but your penis is on the internet." I was like, "What? How does?" And so then the first thing I saw was like the censored one, and it had like the black thing over it. And I'm like, "Oh my goodness, like I don't know what this is gonna look like." And then it wasn't as like bad as I thought it was gonna be.
Yeah.
It wasn't terrible.
I'm no expert, but I heard that it was good.
I'm sorry.
Well, what amazed me, though, is that got so much attention, and I was in the bungalow next to you, and when I saw it, I was shocked.
Yeah.
And I don't know how
It's just
people didn't
like-
see. I was right there.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Did you hear him goes, oh my God, that's funny. It's just so clear that Justin, like, that this should not have been the thing that they did on the show. You could have talked to him about a lot of different things. But no, you had to put up his nude paparazzi photo, albeit blurred out, in front of the whole audience, and then ask him like, well, why didn't you see the paparazzi? It's just, it's embarrassing.
My hat. So there's a young woman in
this part.
in the background you can see in the bed.
Yeah, no.
Is that your girlfriend?
No, it's not.
Just a girl that you were in Bora Bora with?
Yeah.
You just brought a friend to Bora Bora?
Yeah.
And you're just naked with your friend?
Why are you putting me on the spot like this? Gosh.
I mean, you can say, why can't you say you're dating somebody?
I'm not dating anyone, though.
She's just a friend?
She's just a friend.
Wow. I have friends.
So the reason why I'm showing this example is because one of the things that Justin had to deal with was growing up in front of the world. And we're going to watch an interview of him from 4 years ago when he's talking with the guy from Apple One Music, and it's when he talks about Billie Eilish wanting to protect her. But he mentions this about how he had to grow up in front of the world, and about how all of these adults around him, like Ellen in this instance, thought that this was perfectly fine to do in front of a live audience. Perfectly fine to expose this young guy's private life and photos of him that are private photos that never should have been taken, never should have been shown. And it's all just funny and a joke, and with no consideration to how this guy, who's now, I think at this point, 2015, he has been in the limelight for almost a decade and has no privacy.
I've never seen them naked like that. And they don't bring me to Bora Bora.
Stop. You're making me blush, dude.
Anyway, so there's that example. Okay, and then the other one.
Guardianship of him, but for the next 48 hours, he's...
Okay, so P. Diddy has been in the headlines because his houses were raided. He's being investigated for sex trafficking, on top of the multiple lawsuits that have been filed against him, which detail incredibly disgusting and illegal crimes that Diddy has allegedly been committing for years. And something that's always been discussed but not fully come to light, I don't think, is the situation of P. Diddy with a young Usher and a young Justin Bieber. And the fact that both of these guys, Bieber and Usher, were essentially just given freely to P. Diddy to be groomed by him and to be influenced by him. And it's something where we don't know fully what happened, but it couldn't have been good. Knowing who Diddy is and knowing the fact that Justin and Usher were so young when they were spending nights, like they were having sleepovers with P. Diddy. Usher would sleep in his bed when Usher was like 10 years old. He would sleep in bed with an adult Diddy.
He's with me, so and we gonna go full crazy.
Just when we thought we heard it all about Diddy, reports emerged that he allegedly tried to groom young Justin Bieber. You probably heard by now that back in the day, Diddy used to run something called Puffy's Flavor Camp, and he paid his young protege Usher to live with him. Well, rumors are now going around that Usher wasn't the only young star that Diddy tried to control. Several clips of Diddy making young Justin Bieber uncomfortable recently went viral, and fans are saying it's high time someone investigates all these creepy allegations about Diddy. As you all probably know, Diddy's sexual sexual orientation has been a hot topic among fans for years. And before you say fans should just mind their own business, we want to point out that Diddy's orientation is not the issue here. The real reason fans are saying Diddy needs to be exposed and investigated is because of his alleged history of grooming and SA involving boys and young men.
Yeah, so to be clear, it's not a matter of whether Diddy is gay or bisexual or whatever his sexual orientation is. It's the fact that he is a predator and he is an abuser. That is what needs to be investigated, and that is what needs to come to light.
Who has close ties to Hollywood and to Diddy specifically, told the FBI that he knew that Diddy had sex with minor boys.
Back in 2013, The Smoking Gun, a website that posts legal documents and arrest records, published documents from a debriefing session between federal investigators and James Roseman, better known as Jimmy Henchman. And the documents exposed some highly disturbing allegations about Diddy. Henchman is a former record executive turned drug kingpin who was convicted of drug trafficking in 2012 and sentenced to life in prison. According to documents prior to his arrest, Henchman had several pre-trial meetings with prosecutors, and the feds quizzed him about his contacts with multiple high-profile industry figures, including Diddy. Investigators questioned Henchman whether Diddy engaged in any illegal activities, and one prosecutor reportedly asked if Diddy had relations with underage boys. Here's a direct quote from the court documents provided by The Smoking Gun. Questions became even more bizarre when said prosecutor asked entertainers' sexual preferences, including but not only Sean Combs having sexual relations with underage boys. According to The Smoking Gun, Henchman provided nothing of substance on the high-profile figures, and that's why the disappointed prosecutors rejected his bid for a plea deal. So if the feds really asked Jimmy Henchman something like this, it must mean that they were already aware of allegations surrounding Diddy, and yet somehow this whole thing was swept under the carpet. However, the conversation was reignited in 2016 when Diddy's protege Usher appeared on Howard Stern's show and was asked to set the record straight on his experiences at Puffy's Flavor Camp. To give you some context, Usher was
so P. Diddy had this thing called Puffy's Flavor Camp, and that was why he spent all this time with Usher. That was why he spent all this time with Justin Bieber. Sounds a little bit like Neverland. But yeah, that's what it was called.
Signed by L.A. Reid's LaFace record label at just 14 years old. Now, as soon as he was signed, Usher started preparing for his debut album. However, he was going through puberty at the time and was struggling to adjust to his voice. L.A. Reid reportedly wanted to drop Usher from his label. However, the label eventually decided to bring in several
I'm sorry, I was incorrect on Usher being 10. Usher was 14. Usher was 14 when he was at Puffy Camp. Puffy's Flavor Camp. Where reportedly he would spend the night in bed with Diddy, who was an adult, who would have been 23.
Vocal coaches to help Usher complete the record. But Reid had another idea. He decided to send 14-year-old Usher to live in New York City with Diddy, supposedly to toughen him up. So when Howard Stern asked Usher to explain what exactly the purpose of Puffy's Flavor Camp was, Usher admitted he witnessed some wild stuff at Diddy's house, although you could tell he was being careful not to reveal too much.
I moved to New York City, and I lived with Sean Puffy Combs for a year.
That's the crazy thing. Now, that was L.A. Reid's idea, right? We're sending you over to something called Puffy Flavor Camp.
There you go.
To learn
Flavor Camp.
Yeah,
Flavor
that's
Camp.
what it was called. Puffy's place was like just filled with chicks and orgying like nonstop, right?
No, not really. I
Come
mean,
on.
but hey, it was curious. I got a chance to see some things.
Yeah, but you were 13. What were you seeing?
I went there to see the lifestyle.
Right.
And I saw it. And it was but I don't know if I could indulge and understand what I was even looking at. It was pretty wild.
Usher admitted that he was paid a daily allowance while living with Diddy, but never explained what his tasks and obligations were.
I actually stayed up longer than them.
Like, why did he need to be there? Why did a 13-year-old Usher need to go live with Diddy? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
Do you have money? What's going on?
I mean, I had like per diem.
Yeah.
I had like,
What
like
a
a living.
life.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
And while Usher didn't want to reveal too much about what he saw at Diddy's house, when Howard asked him if he would let his own kids attend Puffy's Flavor Camp, he didn't hesitate to say hell no.
You're a dad now. Would you ever send your kid to Puffy Camp?
Hell no.
So if Puffy's Flavor Camp was really just a music boot camp to help young stars improve their vocal skills, why would Usher have a problem sending his kids there? It sounds like the whole purpose of this so-called so-called camp was something more sinister, and it might have something to do with the bizarre comments Diddy made during a recently resurfaced interview with Kevin Hart. The interview showed intoxicated Diddy telling Kevin how 10-year-old Usher used to sleep in his bed and how they used to wrestle over the Frosted Flakes.
That's my brother right here from day one.
Okay, I think maybe that's where I got the 10-year-old thing. Because I think I had watched this video. I was like, why did I hear that Usher was 10?
And I mean, damn, pause, but like, check this out. I mean, back in the days when he was like 10 and I was a little bit older, his older brother, we used to fight over the Frosted Flakes. You know what I'm saying? Before pause was invented. You know what I'm saying? But it's my brother for real. We used to actually wrestle off of the Frosted Flakes because he used to always get up early.
So if Usher was 10 when all of this was going on, it means that Diddy was 19. So why was a 19-year-old man sharing a bed with a 10-year-old that he's not related to? And where exactly was this going on? L.A. Reid claimed that he sent Diddy to Puffy's Flavor Camp when Usher was 14. So does this mean that Diddy was already visiting Usher before that? And more importantly, where was Usher's mom when all of this was happening? Honestly, the whole thing doesn't just sound creepy, but it actually sounds illegal, and it's really strange how no one stepped in to protect Usher. And we could ask the same questions about Justin Bieber because he too was treated inappropriately by multiple adults in the industry. In fact, a fan-made compilation
random gay
recently went
footage?
viral
I don't
on TikTok
know.
showing different celebrities and talk show hosts acting very weird around young Justin, touching him without his consent and asking inappropriate questions. Now, imagine if an older male celebrity did some of this stuff to a young female singer. There would be an uproar. But if you thought that was bad, wait till you see this footage of Justin.
Okay, so I don't think that this video is one that I totally agree with on every single thing. I just wanted like a lot of those clips that I couldn't find elsewhere. Please, can we not pretend though that a young girl being sexually abused by an older, powerful celebrity meant that everyone, upon finding out, would drop everything and do something about it? Now, I will say we have talked about the differences, and look, victims have a hard time being taken seriously and having, getting justice for what happened to them, male or female. One of the differences here is the fact that I think when we talk about abuse that girls faced versus boys faced in Hollywood, I think now we have an understanding about Britney Spears, for instance. A lot of people look at the way that Britney Spears was treated and you can see how horrible it was. But make no mistake, at the time, nobody stepped in to stop the just blatant sexualization of Britney. The fact that she was constantly being villainized by journalists and adults around her, that she was being exploited, that Justin Timberlake was going on radio shows talking about how he had fucked her. There were so many things that happened to Britney Spears and no one protected her against it. And it wasn't until years later, after she went through so much, and then the documentary came out and she was in the middle of her conservatorship, that people finally understood that Britney Spears was a victim of abuse. So I don't think it's something where when it comes to boys versus girls, that when one is being abused, it is recognized and there's a stop put to it. Especially not when we're talking about, the early 2000s or the 90s, when we've been discussing a lot of these stories. However, I think it's that even still, like, I don't think that societally we understand that men and boys can be victims of sexual abuse. I think that we still have a lot of problems with the way that we view somebody like a Justin Bieber, a young kid in Hollywood who's being sexualized, but we don't, with all the progress that we've made, we don't necessarily see how that can happen to boys and how that does happen to boys. And I think an example of that, and one that I've already mentioned tonight, is how people react when you hear about a story of some, of an adult teacher sexually abusing one of her male students. But I think it's important because it's not to say, though, that female victims are automatically believed, as if there are no problems that female victims of abuse still face today. That's just simply not the case. But I think it's important. I think it's important to always, like, whenever we're talking about abuse, and in a place like Hollywood, to call it out whenever it's occurring, and to identify that abuse and exploitation and victimization does not it is something that happens to both boys and girls, and it's important to recognize that, like, abuse is abuse. And I think generally historically it's been harder for men to feel as if they can talk about abuse that has happened to them because of fear of getting labeled gay, fear of being made fun of, fear of not being taken seriously because you're a man, you can't be sexually abused, that just means you're gay. Of thinking like that. See, this is why toxic masculinity and the patriarchy are bad for men as well. Might be a stupid question, but genuinely curious. How do you see so many terrible things come out of LA and Hollywood between the Dan Schneider, Me Too, Justin sexualization? How do you live there, operate in these industries still? What drives you to stay after seeing all this? I mean, I love the film industry because here's what I'll say. I love movies. I don't love the industry. I love movies, and I love the art of making movies. But the industry has always been plagued with these problems that we talk about. It's not new. Okay, this isn't something where I've suddenly woken up to how Hollywood is because of the Dan Schneider stuff, because of, the recent examples that we've been talking about. It's been happening since Hollywood was incepted. But it's also something to keep in mind that this happens everywhere in the world, in every industry. It's just that Hollywood is very visible, and these are famous people, and so these stories get coverage, these stories get attention on them. These are the ones that people talk about. So it feels as if it is centralized in Hollywood, that, like, problems of abuse and children victimization is happening mostly in Hollywood, when it's not the case. It's just that that's what we pay attention to. So I don't think it's something where me trying to escape that culture and thereby leaving the film industry means I'm going to, anywhere else I go, I'm going to be free of it. That's just not the case.
interactions with Diddy. Back in 2009, when Justin was 15 years old, he spent 48 hours hanging out with Diddy, who was 40 at the time, and Justin later uploaded a video on his YouTube channel documenting some of their moments. And again, imagine if this were a 40-year-old rapper organizing a 2-day hangout with a 15-year-old girl. Well, anyway, the video Justin uploaded was very strange because it showed Diddy promising Justin that he would give him a nice car and a mansion, and the whole interaction just gave off major groomer vibes.
As soon as you turn 16, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let you rock this every time you come to LA. Yeah, this gonna be yours. So every time you come to LA, it's a little dusty, but you know, come get the front shot of this.
Man.
And out. Minute.
Woo. Okay.
Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna be driving this next year.
Yeah, when you get 16, you come down there, you gotta, you know, wear your seatbelt.
I mean, I'm 15. You could ride in the passenger seat. I got my permit. Now that, not yet.
No.
All right, 16.
Not ready.
Like, why were they hanging
Also,
out?
near the end of the video, Diddy said he couldn't reveal what he and Justin were planning to do together. However, he said it was definitely a 15-year-old's dream.
Right now, he's having 48 hours with Diddy, him and his boy. They're having the times of their lives, like, you know, where we hanging out and what we doing. We can't really disclose, but it's definitely a 15-year-old's dream. You know, I have been given custody of him. You know,
Right. It's this whole idea that every 15-year-old, like, we don't know what Diddy personally did to Justin, and I hope that it was nothing. I hope that Justin was not sexually abused by him. We don't know. However, both Justin and Usher being a part of this environment, having Diddy say things like, oh yeah, this is every 14-year-old's dream, this is every 15-year-old's dream, of being surrounded by adult, you know, beautiful women, surrounded by just an epic party scene, all these things that are not appropriate for 14 or 15-year-old boys. But this is where the normalization comes in, where when you're 14 years old and it's a boy, it's totally okay to be like, you know, to be surrounded by hot 25-year-old women. You know, you can do whatever you want. It's every young boy's dream. It just normalizes that then. You know, and ultimately it's not appropriate at all. Justin and Usher at the time were minors. They were kids. They should not have been around any of this.
You know, he signed to Usher.
I'm signed to Usher.
I had legal guardianship of Usher when you know he did his first album. I did Usher's first album. I don't have legal guardianship of him, but for the next 48 hours, he's with me. So and we gonna go full crazy.
By the way, did Diddy just say that he and Justin would go butt full crazy? Excuse me? Okay. Well, we also just can't skip over the fact that Diddy said that he had legal guardianship of Usher. So why did Usher's mom agree to give guardianship of her underage son to a man who's not his family? There are so many unanswered questions about this whole situation, and it's really getting hard to justify Diddy's behavior. And now, on top of all this, another disturbing video of Diddy and Justin resurfaced on social media, showing Diddy questioning Justin why he stopped hanging out with him. And while you watch this, pay attention to how nervous and scared Justin acts around Diddy.
What's up, man? You good?
I'm good. How are you?
All right, young brother, everything's good?
Everything's
Selling
great.
out arenas and everything? Starting to act different, huh? You ain't been calling me and hanging out the way we used to hang out.
My what is in response to Diddy saying that he had legal guardianship of Usher. The buck or butt crazy. We don't know what he said there. That's not the thing that I went, what? The thing that made me go, what, is why?
Well, I mean,
why did Diddy have supposed legal guardianship over Usher?
You ain't been calling me and hanging out the way we used to hang out.
Well, I mean, you try to get in contact with me, you know, through all my, partners and whatnot.
Yeah, so this clip,
you never really got my number, so.
Right. Okay.
This clip we watched when we were first covering the Diddy stuff because it's so weird and creepy, and clearly Justin is uncomfortable, and you have a 30-something-year-old, I think it was maybe Diddy was 40-year-old Diddy asking Justin Bieber why he doesn't call him, why he doesn't hang out with him. It's like Brian Peck calling Drake Bell and asking the same things. No 40-year-old man should be acting that way towards a 15-year-old boy who's not their familial relations.
Now, after watching this clip, many fans pointed out that Justin's behavior around Diddy was noticeably different compared to that 48 Hours video. Almost like he was traumatized by something that had happened between them. He
Lost
was
Light
traumatized
Druid,
and
thank you for the
afraid.
2
You
months.
could hear it in his voice,
Oh,
one
Breathing
fan
TARDIS,
said.
thank you for
Another
the 4
fan
months.
commented, he sounds so scared compared to his last video. And Justin never directly said anything about Diddy over the years, which is totally understandable because if something traumatic really happened to him, it would be very challenging to talk about it in public. But news reports recently emerged that Justin's mental health is not that great, and after a clip of Justin at Coachella went viral showing his wife Haley comforting him, fans expressed concern that Justin is dealing with some heavy stuff that no one knows about. Fans are also now saying that the allegations surrounding Diddy are getting out of hand and the authorities really need to take this seriously and investigate him. Good Lord, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see what Diddy was doing in these videos, one fan said. It all makes sense now on how Justin has been acting and saying it's always his mental health. Diddy did major damage to that boy. FBI needs to get off their crooked asses and take Diddy out. And another fan asked,
All right. Anyway, anywho, that's enough of that. I don't love the
Internet has been restored. Farley dance.
I think we can get into dangerous territory if we just assume that, oh, Justin's mental health issues are because Diddy was sexually abusing him. I don't think that that's good to definitively think or say. I think it's better to look at the situation and go, oh, Justin has mental health problems and clearly was abusing substances, as he said he was, and went down a bad path because of the fact that the entire system of Hollywood was abusive and traumatizing to him, and that he was really young. He was just a boy when he was discovered and became famous and had to grow up in front of the whole world. And obviously, the nature of his relationship with Diddy is very strange. And given everything we know about Diddy, it does feel, it feels highly suspect that Diddy had maybe groomed Justin Bieber. But I think speculating, and not just speculating, but acting as if that it was the case that Justin Bieber was abused by Diddy is something to stay away from. Yeah, this goes way beyond Diddy. Yeah.
Charges for the incident, this was our first clue that Bieber was beginning to shed his wholesome image. Things took a turn for the worse later that same year. While on the European leg of his Believe tour, Justin stopped in England just in time for his 19th birthday. Later that day, Bieber tweeted, "Big night ahead," anticipating his birthday celebration. He and his entourage had planned a $8,000 birthday bash, booking tables at the Cirque des Soirs Club in Soho. Unfortunately, the celebration didn't meet expectations after members of Justin's entourage were denied entry into the club because a few of the members of Bieber's party were under the suitable age of 18. Justin tweeted, "Worst birthday," complimented with a message to his Instagram account, voicing his side of the story. "I love how the club wanted to give the press another reason why we didn't stay at their weak-ass club, so they wouldn't look bad for me walking in in and right back out. People thought Justin felt entitled to come into another country and break the rules because he is a star. From there, he allegedly showed up 2 hours late for his debut show at the O2 Arena after throwing a massive tantrum. Several backstage sources claim Bieber was in a bad mood after waking up late because of a night out and proceeded to lock himself in his dressing room to play computer games. The crowd reportedly began booing at about 9:30 p.m., almost an hour before Justin ultimately hit the stage. If the week couldn't get any worse, Justin lashed out at a photographer outside his London hotel after the man called him a
That's so real. Like, he was just a kid who had been doing this for almost all of his teenage years and clearly reached a point where he was just so over it. Like, he just wants to play video games in his room.
moron.
What'd you say? You heard what I said, man. What'd you say? You heard what I beat the f*** out of you. Lose your f***ing belt. Who you are. Lose your f***ing belt. Who you are. Lose your f***ing belt. I'm back, you prick. I'm back, you prick. Back. All right?
Like, what is wrong with this British egg? Why is he doing that? Again, it's not to say that Justin was not acting out, and now we understand context as to his behavior. But antagonizing him when he's still, like, he's a teenager, and this egg is an adult, and he's being aggressive.
Little what are you doing? What are you doing?
I just love the irony of this situation. The photographer tries to get a rise out of Justin, then Justin responds with threats, then the photographer gets really mad at Justin for getting mad at him, and the guy also taking a video of the situation gets upset when someone starts filming him. It's ridiculous. He responded on Twitter by saying he had a rough morning and that he let his emotions get the best of him, but this incident started his lifelong beef with the paparazzi. In June of 2013, Justin and his entourage were involved in an altercation with a photographer outside the Hit Factory studio in Miami. The entire exchange was caught on tape.
Paparazzi are so fucked.
Later that same day, Justin was skateboarding outside the Hit Factory when another photographer began snapping photos of him. Bieber's bodyguards allegedly rushed the photographer, and one started choking him. The photographer claimed that he grabbed his camera and removed the memory cards. It seemed like every few months there was another controversy, just slowly chipping away at his reputation. Like when he peed in a cleaning bucket while partying. Justin and his friends left a nightclub through the restaurant's back entrance before stopping to relieve himself in the kitchen, more specifically in the bucket that is filled with water to clean the floors. This is just another inconsiderate drunk teenager doing what a million others have done before, but Justin should know better. Then while passing through China during the Asia leg of his Believe tour, a picture was posted of him being carried up the stairs, which caused people on the internet to label him as a diva. His controversies were definitely minor in the beginning. He was being heavily criticized, attacked in blogs and by TMZ for the situation that were pretty small, but the controversies just never stopped. The coverage got more detailed, and the reactions just got worse, including the time he caused
I genuinely don't know how you don't behave this way as somebody who lost your childhood to fame and had to grow up in front of the world and had all these adults telling you who you were going to be, how you were going to be, you know, being put in so many inappropriate situations. And I don't know how you don't lash out when you get a little bit older. Like when you're someone who becomes famous so young, and then when you grow up and you're rejecting that. You're rejecting the total lack of privacy, and just absolutely how I don't know how little agency you feel that you have. All he did was things any teenager would do with all the pressure. Yeah, and then having to see all these photos and articles and people on the news covering the things that you're doing, talking about you like you're some criminal and this horrible person. And I feel as if that's how I don't know. Things always turn for former child stars like that, where they're really cute and they're making everybody happy when they're young and they're innocent, and then they get older and they have all of this anger and trauma, and they start lashing out and they start doing drugs and they start partying, they start getting in trouble. And then, the media totally flips on them. There's no empathy whatsoever. There's no understanding at all as to why they're behaving like this. And they just villainize them. They're no longer like the cute, sweet little kids that everyone in the media loves. Oh no. Oh no. Tyler, the creator, also stated on record that Justin got wrongly blamed for a lot of shit that Tyler did. Oh yeah, I remember that. If I was rebelling about the wholesome image that got me here, a little bit of career self-harm seems like it's well within the norm. Yeah, I genuinely think that this is something that a lot of us would have done. A lot of us would have behaved this way if we were put in this very unique situation of being one of the most famous people in the world by the time we were 15 years old.
Fire revolution in Colombia. In November 2013, Justin was undergoing the Latin American section of his Believe tour. While in Bogota, Colombia, Justin snuck out of his hotel to do graffiti in an area where graffiti is banned. He painted a marijuana leaf and the Canadian flag while the police provided him with security. We aren't sure why the police decided to protect him, and the locals were outraged, because 2 years prior, a police officer shot and killed an unarmed 16-year-old kid while he was spraying graffiti in an area similar to the one where Justin did his. Rebellion against law enforcement broke out because if Justin Bieber can spray graffiti, so can they. And if the police protected Justin, they should defend graffiti artists instead of harassing and incarcerating them. 300 artists came together and occupied the area where Justin sprayed his graffiti, and over 24 hours painted more than 700 pieces of graffiti. Justin Bieber was the cause for all of this to happen. The poor dude had no idea what he sparked, said one of the young graffiti artists. The rebellious graffiti trend spread like wildfire to other major cities across Colombia, with hundreds of other artists joining the movement. He also had a spitting problem, with multiple reports over the years of him spitting on people during violent outbursts, including his own fans, who were visiting him outside of his hotel in Toronto where he spat down on them, breaking out into laughter with his buddies. Then he took a photo of his view, which was posted on Instagram sporting a caption about how he has the best fans in the world. In 2014, he spat in his neighbor's face after a heated argument, which started by Justin driving his Ferrari at over 100 miles per hour down the road. When his neighbor confronted him at the front doorstep, Justin told him to get the F out of here, before spitting in Jeff's face and saying, "I'm gonna effing kill you." A year later, he had another altercation with the same neighbor, which resulted in Justin throwing 24 eggs at his neighbor's house.
Hey, fuck you,
Yeah, I remember so much of this too.
Yeah, come right over here, you motherfucker. Call the cops.
Months later, Justin pleaded no contest to 1 count of misdemeanor vandalism for the incident. In exchange for the plea, he was ordered to pay $80,000 in restitution and to stay away from his former neighbor and the neighbor's family for 2 years. By this point, Justin kind of proved he was a privileged boy with an attitude problem, but this last controversy would send him spiraling down. In June of 2014, a video emerged of the 15-year-old Justin telling racist jokes about black people, using the N-word multiple times. As the video went viral, Justin issued an apology, stating, "I thought it was okay to repeat hurtful words and jokes, but I didn't realize at the time that it wasn't funny and that, in fact, my actions were continuing the ignorance." Some people gave him the benefit of the doubt, that he was young and dumb, but then a second video showing a 15-year-old Justin circulated. Similar to the first, he sang his own song, "One Less Lonely Girl," replacing the lyrics with "One Less Lonely" and using the hard R, stating that if he were to kill one, he would be part of the KKK. He apologized again a day later and was released, stating, "Facing my mistakes from years ago has been one of the hardest things I've ever dealt with, but I feel I need to take responsibility."
And again, like, remember who he was hanging around when he was this age. I'm not letting him off the hook. Like, that's wrong. That behavior is wrong. Just trying to provide context to how he turned out that way, like why he was acting that way. And remember that he was at camp sugar camp, and they were doing things that were, and he was hanging around all of these adults, and you can see him with the backwards cap. You can see I don't know. I feel like it's easy to see how this type of thing would have been normalized where he was spending all his time at like Puff Sugar Camp. When they're like, we can't talk about what's going down here. And look, I'm not trying to let him off the hook for what he did here, but just I don't know. It doesn't make it okay. It's just looking at somebody who was surrounded by adults and who was having this bad behavior normalized by the very adults who were surrounding him, who were teaching him these things. You could see from the interview with that 26-year-old host who said, why don't you give me the sex talk? And then saying like, oh, Justin's trying to make out with me. That type of thing. You think the black adults around him were using the hard R and talking about... Did I say that? Did I say definitively that that's what was going on? Did I say that for sure the adults around Justin Bieber were saying those exact things? No, I don't know. I wasn't fucking there. Clearly I wasn't there. But are you not seeing all of these examples I'm laying out where Justin was surrounded by adults who were very clearly engaging in inappropriate behavior that was being normalized for a 15-year-old? And that's what Justin was like. That was his life. That was who he was learning from. No, but your argument was that I'm not, you know what? I'm not dealing with this. I'm not fucking dealing with it. I hate when you guys, I hate when you will do this to me where you try and like villainize me for what I'm saying. Where you're trying to act as if I'm in the wrong here. I'm not dealing with it today. God, the semantics. It's like some of you just like love to sit there and act as if those are the things that I'm saying. Like you're trying to have some gotcha on me. Ugh. Do you not hear how many times I am so specific in saying I wasn't there? I don't know. I'm not saying that this is for a fact. I am not like being definitive because I wasn't there. I don't know. I say that all the time because you guys do this to me. It's so dishonest. And even when I say those, you'll still do that. You'll still be like, oh, so you're saying that the adults around him said they want to kill black people. I can't fucking win. I'm not going to call out specific chatters, but you know who you are. You know who you are, and you do this all the fucking time. And it drives me nuts. And I have so much patience with you. And I try my best when I'm presenting this stuff to you all to make it clear that I'm not speaking in absolute terms ever. And I make it clear that I wasn't fucking there. And then it just sets me off. Because I lose my patience. So I'm not going to specifically name names, but you know who you are in here. And you know that you do it all the time. Hitman, thank you for the 4 months. Pokey talks the same way. I notice female streamers have to tread so lightly. Man, you know, it's just not being able to be perfect in what I say. Having people wanting to ascribe exact meaning to something that I am being very clear that I'm not being exact about. I'm not saying that for sure, that this is exactly what happened. All right, I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
I'm sorry, girl, if I'm not the model man that you wanted, I admit. But you should learn right now, I can drive like the wind.
Jammies.
'Cause I'm a kid. Yeah, I'm a kid.
All right. Let's move on. Alejandro, thank you for the 3 months. All right. What were we doing? We're talking about. Oh yeah, this part of the video.
For those mistakes and not let them linger. At the end of the day, I just need to step up and own what I did. Once again, I'm sorry for all of those I've let down and offended. I don't think I really need to explain why people were absolutely outraged with this. And for a lot of people, once they saw these videos, their mind was made up about Justin Bieber, and they're never going to change their mind. And I can't blame them for that. Justin dragged his reputation to an all-time low. He was stamped as just another child star gone mad. After a drunk driving incident in Miami, he was never the same. Justin was seen at SET nightclub in Miami Beach, Florida. He left the venue driving a yellow Lamborghini before police spotted him in a residential neighborhood. Bieber's entourage allegedly blocked the street so he could drag race singer Khalil, who was driving a red Ferrari. Authorities initially conducted a traffic stop for drag racing, but arrested Justin once they realized he was intoxicated. He was arrested on suspicion of driving under the influence, driving with an over 6-month expired license, and resisting arrest without violence. His mugshot depicting him smiling was concerning to fans. Police claim Bieber told authorities he consumed alcohol, smoked marijuana, and took prescription drugs. He and Khalil were locked up in a jail cell for 10 hours. Justin was later released from these charges on a $2,500 bond. A toxicology report revealed that Bieber had THC and Xanax in his system at the time of his arrest. Following Bieber's arrest on the DUI charge, more than 270,000 people petitioned the White House seeking to have him deported from the United States. Although the number of signatures received was sufficient to require a response under published White House guidelines, the Obama administration didn't take the petition seriously. But it turns out behind the scenes, Justin had a much worse drug problem than people realized.
There was a time where I was sipping lean, I was popping pills, I was doing Molly.
Yeah, and you want to know the thing too is that is encouraged in Hollywood. That is those substances are just given to kids, to young people in Hollywood. And it's encouraged. They can do anything they want. They can go anywhere they want. When I worked in nightclubs, it wasn't until there was I can't remember why this happened, but the police started cracking down on underage people being in nightclubs, and so they were issuing tickets, and if you get a certain number of tickets, then you get shut down. And so we had a meeting one night at our club where it was like, even if there's celebrity, it's too we can't let them in right now unless they're unless they're super famous. Then we're just gonna take the risk of letting them into the club. And so one night, Lisa Rinna's daughter came in, and she was only 18 or something at the time, and we wouldn't let her in, and she threw this huge fit. And that's just to say that when you are famous, you are allowed to do anything you want. You have all these substances provided to you. You can go to nightclubs, you can take drugs. It's encouraged. It's like the fun party lifestyle. Oftentimes young stars are hanging around older people. So anyway, it's just it's just the culture in this town. Drew Barrymore talking about how she was drinking and smoking cigarettes when she was 8 years old. Drew was an alcoholic by the time she was like 12. Same thing with Demi Lovato. Yeah, Demi Lovato used to be so fucked up when she would be about to go on stage for a show that they would feed her cocaine so that she could get through the performance. She would be so drunk and on a cocktail of various drugs, and they would give her coke to try and get her out on stage. It's like the same. Oh, shit. It's like the same rules don't apply to them as evidenced by the same rules not applying to them. Right.
You know, shrooms, everything. And it was just an escape for me. I was just young.
Justin's drug abuse got so bad, he was even caught in the most dangerous areas of Los Angeles buying drugs.
Good, homie. MS gang. Nice seeing you, bro. Have a good one. I just saw Bieber. I just seen Bieber. Leave it to Bieber. That's crazy.
His addiction got so bad, he was willing to put his own life at risk. Justin says his substance use was normal in the beginning, but gradually became a problem to escape from the pressure of being this pop star. And although many people look at that as suffering from success, the level of expectation he needs to meet is unattainable. Surely a lot of his controversies were deplorable, but the ones that were minor were treated just as bad. That likely led to him giving up on his health, his body, and lashing out since they were going to criticize him anyways. He couldn't go out on a bad note though. So he made one last push after teaming up with Skrillex to produce a number of different sounds. Where Are You Now? Then What Do You Mean? Which was his first #1 hit single. Sorry, which kind of doubled as his apology to the world for his behavior. Love Yourself. And plenty of other radio hits to help him release his most successful album of all time, Purpose. It's hard for his opposition to feel bad for him when in the end, all of his antics will just help him sell more records. No matter what he does, it will be seen as the wrong step. It's quite literally is the child star curse, because nothing you do will ever compare to how you were introduced to the world as a perfect, innocent child.
That's what I'm
And with
talking
that,
about.
he finally
Yes, I'm so glad that he just made this point. Fame is so fucked up as a concept. The human mind was not built to handle this. Right. And what I said, which is what Patrick is saying here, is that child stars will inevitably reach a point where they're not these cute little angelic cherubs who were first introduced to the world. They grow up and the world starts treating them differently, and yet they're still caught in this I don't know. They're caught in this world of fame that we can't understand it because we've never experienced it. Most people will not experience this. But there is no way that you can go through this and not be affected by it when you start off that young. There's just, it just doesn't seem possible. Being exposed to so much fame as a child fucks you up because you can't comprehend how the world works. Yeah, and I think in Justin's case, when he started fucking up, doing, making little mistakes, it was treated as this huge deal, headlines everywhere, couldn't escape the condemnation for it. Things that a lot of us did as teens, but because we weren't world famous, it's not treated like this huge deal. And we are afforded the privacy to hopefully learn from our mistakes and not be villainized in front of the whole world. But for him, it started off small and then it escalated from there. And it does seem as if possibly, like Patrick just said, that when Justin looked at the way that the media and the world responded to these little fuck ups that he had and totally condemned him for it and made it into this huge thing, then it was like, okay, well, fuck it. I'm not the perfect perfect little baby pop star that I once was, and I'm not going to be that. He was doing typical 18 to 20-year-old behavior. Yeah, and I mean, this is still too when he was. No, I think that was about the age. But it was exacerbated by the pressure.
Stepped out of the spotlight, and when he returned, you could see how bad things really got. First of all, his music got worse. Yummy was terrible. But more importantly, in the press runs that led up to this, you can see Justin physically suffering. His anxiety was so bad to the point where he was constantly fidgeting, slumping over, not looking at people.
What that does to a person's brain at such a young age or any age, when you're surrounded by that kind of noise and excitement for so long. I mean, did you realize that was, I mean, looking back on it, what it was doing to you?
Perhaps the most profound moment was during his JLO interview when he asked Justin about Billie Eilish, since Billie in 2020 was the 18-year-old pop star who was thrown into the industry very similar to Bieber. Justin felt like he wanted to protect her.
Yeah, so, yeah. I just want to protect her, you know? I don't want her to lose it. I don't want her to, you know, go through anything I went through. I don't wish that upon anybody. So, yeah, if she ever needs me, I'm just a call away.
Just the mere thought of Billie enduring what Justin had to endure brought him to tears, and recalling those dark moments in his life made fans realize that this was not fake. This young man was likely abused by this industry. Justin's antics have slowed down considerably. He is 29, has a child and a wife. He's fully
he doesn't have a child. This is, and I think he actually made a note of this here. Wait. Yeah, my dumbass said Justin has a child. I remember watching a bunch of podcasts talking about how he wants to have a child to be a father, need to drink more water and lock in. Sorry about that, y'all. No, he doesn't have a kid, but looks like could be his kid.
Does he still have an entitled pop star attitude at times? Absolutely. Does he still have beef with the paparazzi? You bet. Some of you will never see Bieber as anything but a privileged boy who didn't have to put in much hard work to see the heights of the music industry. But even the benefits of his success, being universally loved, being praised, and constantly receiving validation, are also bad. Variety magazine dubbed him a once-in-a-generation superstar who charted a swift and stunning rise from precocious YouTube talent to global phenomenon. How the heck do you live up to that? Bieber was being cheered and rewarded for a smile and a hair flip. The world put him on this unsustainable pedestal, which ultimately caused him to break. All I know for sure is, no money or fame is worth whatever the heck he had to endure to get it.
I don't have.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The last 2 or 3 years which have led up.
I want to play this Apple Music video. Actually, let me link this video for you guys.
Justin Bieber is probably the last person.
Patrick CC.
The last 2 or 3.
This is the other video that we just watched. Yeah, I love being mid. Just an average Joe. All right, so this was 4 years ago, and this was after Justin had his phase where he was doing drugs. He was, you know, just abusing all sorts of substances. He was, he was just doing all sorts of things that were not great. And then I think he found Jesus. That's when he started doing the church thing with his pastor, and he started dating Haley, and they were going to church, and I don't know. I look back on that now, and I feel as if that was his way to try and to try and have some light in his life. I am not religious, but I know why people seek out religion. I understand it. I know that it can be I know it can be an avenue for people who are troubled and have been through a lot to try and have purpose in their life and have something that keeps them stable and anchor them. Isn't that church sus? Yes. That pastor is very sus. But it seems as if that was Justin trying to turn to the light. Religion can be good and healthy. Hillsong is shitty. Yes. I think the whole mega church kind of Christian culty churches like a Hillsong can be really bad. They prey on vulnerable people, correct? But it's I get how religion, spirituality, those types of things can be helpful for people, give them something to grasp onto, something that's bigger than themselves, bigger than this world, and they turn to it when they're desperate for something like that. So look, I'm not going to comment on whether or not him finding that pastor and that church and him turning to Christianity is truly as beneficial as he has made it out to be. Mainly, what gives me pause is that there have been a lot of reports on how that church and his pastor are no bueno. At least he didn't turn to Scientology. Yeah, I guess that's true. I thought him and Haley were leaving the church. That's why her dad. Oh, I didn't see that. I don't know. I haven't been keeping up with what's going on with Haley and Justin's churchness. I just knew that it was this thing because people in my life who are big Justin Bieber fans were very inspired by him going to church. I have a friend who's the biggest Justin Bieber fan, and she started going to church because Justin was going to church. Oh, it was like a thing. I remember circa 2017, all of a sudden, all these people that I knew in LA who were previously not religious at all started going to church. Started going to these young, hip people hip type of churches. Remember how John Mulaney and Olivia Munn met at church? Anyway, all right, let's watch this. So Justin did a whole interview with Zane Lowe when his album Changes was coming out, and the whole interview is about a little less than an hour, but here's the part where he's specifically talking about Billie Eilish.
3 years which have led up to this album, there's been some really significant change in your life, and the album being called Changes focuses on one.
Mm-hmm.
But why did you stop the tour in 2017, and what was the reason for that?
I was really tired emotionally, physically, and I was sick, and I didn't realize I was sick. So I had like Epstein-Barr, which is like, it's called mono. And then I have Lyme disease. So it was that. It was just everything compounded, I think.
How has it adjusted your lifestyle and how you move forward, and what changes have you noticed?
Just doing the right treatments for it, doing the right IVs and all that sort of stuff. Listen to Haley when she says she feels that I'm run down, and she can let me know when I'm like, all right, you're looking depleted right now. And
it's clear to anyone who hears this album, the two of you have found, a really important bond, and that this marriage has been a hugely important development in your life.
It's been a big reason of why I'm coming back and I'm successful at this. I mean, she giving me substance to talk about. She's the person that I'm learning to love unconditionally, start a family with. So
how did you kind of know?
I'd let her know prior to the tour when we were hanging a lot. I said, listen, I'm still really hurt. I'm not in a place to, be faithful and all this sort of stuff that I wanted to be, but I just
He's
wasn't
like this
there
the
yet.
whole
I took
interview, by the
time
way.
to like really build myself.
He very clearly has a lot of anxiety and other mental health issues, like the whole time throughout this interview. That's how he is.
Really took a deep dive in my faith.
Those tough years is, in a way, you were punishing yourself because you didn't have the answers, right?
Mm-hmm. I think that I was just, living in this shame, living in all this sort of stuff of my past, and I wasn't able to move on.
Do you think the person that the you of then was on a path of self-destruction?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I would have, for sure, 100%. Yeah. It would have been no bueno. It was bad. I don't know if I'd be alive for sure. It was dark. So I'm very, very grateful to have influences in my life that have played a huge part in me seeing their relationship with Jesus and their relationship with their wives and their relationship with their kids and saying that's what I want. But I want to definitely tell my story so that if that resonates to anybody, that they can hopefully learn from it.
Well, for me, you know, music comes from somewhere.
Right.
Maybe it comes from this youthful naivety and this desire to escape something. And then you get out there in front of the world, and then it comes from a place of wanting more of it.
Yeah. I mean, just think about how young I was and so impressionable. And you have everybody telling me how awesome I am at all times, you know? And
It's like taking a kid and putting a kid in a room full of nothing but sweets.
Right.
And just saying, I'll be back in 2 days.
Exactly. I just want people to understand, like, the psychology behind why I potentially could have problems in my life. So, yeah, thank you for being here and helping me tell that story.
When did you realize that it was time for you to reconnect with Haley?
I just felt there was a lot of resolution in my life. I'd seen her at an event. I'd seen her with a baby, and something just clicked.
I think that was
and
the
I was
photo.
like, wow, she's the one.
Were you nervous before you popped the question?
I was. I mean, that's a big commitment. My parents were never married. I never got to see what that really looked like. So I'm like, can I even do this? Do I even know what it looks like to do this? But I just felt like God was saying, I'll show you.
When you need answers, perhaps, can you talk to your parents? Can you try to untangle that?
To be honest, I think there's levels of, you know, what I think our relationship is ready to handle at this moment. I want them to play a role in my life, and it's pretty simple. Just be my mom and dad. Just kind of trying to figure out how to navigate being married. I'm friggin' married now, and I got the best wife in the world. She supports me through so much. I'm really honored to be her husband, and I just...
Really? You've made a whole album about it.
Yeah. It's, you know, this is an album I wrote in the first year of our marriage, you know? So it's like there's so much more to learn about commitment and, you know, building trust and foundation. I'm looking forward to continuing to build and make music that's going to reflect that.
That's what's great about Changes. It's a honeymoon record.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
You know? So when did you know you wanted to get in the studio and feel inspired?
I think when I went on stage with Ariana Grande, it gave me kind of like a boost of confidence. Oh, this is what I do. This is what I'm good at, and I don't need to run away from it. I was like, I was running away.
There was a great moment when you came face to face with Billie Eilish, who, in her own way, dealing with this very, very public explosion of success and of attention.
It was so quick. Yeah, she's crazy. She's a superstar.
What was going through your mind when you saw that kind of reaction?
I wanted to protect the moment. You know, I don't know how many opportunities I'm gonna get. You know, we never know how many opportunities we're gonna get with anybody. I mean, I'm tearing up thinking about it, just with the Kobe situation, you know? I just wanted to be a good example.
This was the Yummy era? Yeah.
It was hard for me being that young and being in the industry and not knowing where to turn, and everyone, you know, telling me they love me and, you know, just turn their back on you in a second. So if she ever needs me, I'm gonna
so right there, him saying it was hard being in the industry so young, everyone tells you they love you and then they turn your back on you. I just think that speaks volumes and provides a lot of understanding and empathy for people who become famous so young, and it just totally alters their entire life in an unchangeable way. Yes, men all around him as long as he makes money. Yeah, and going back to when he started to fuck up and make mistakes, and how quickly he was labeled as a problem, and how there was no room for him doing shit that a lot of teenagers do. And I think that might be in reference to that as well, where it's like, oh, one day they're saying how much they love you because you're just their perfect little angel. And then, bad PR. That's not what we need for you to be doing. Like the fuck up being national news. Yeah, exactly. Have you ever done a deep dive on chronic Lyme disease, which a lot of celebs claim to have, like Justin, Yolanda, Bella D, but it's not really considered to be a real disease? It's really interesting. I only know Lyme disease in the context of ticks.
Be here for her, but yeah, just protecting those moments because people take for granted encounters, and I just want to protect her, you know? I don't want her to go through anything I went through. I don't wish that upon anybody. Yeah, if she ever needs me, I'm just a call away.
Do you realize how important your story is? Every time I have a conversation with someone who's been through this unique type of experience, I'm searching for some kind of truth that can help.
I commend you for going there and asking the tough questions and the things that people don't want to talk about and they don't want to go.
Sorry, I should address that chat comment. I was spaced out. It is considered a real disease, by the way, chatter. I don't think chatter's saying it's not a real disease. They're saying they don't think it's considered a real disease. It is.
Go there because it's revealing, and I want people to take a look at my story, and hopefully my words can make a difference.
You chose to make an album really hyper-focused, as we said before, on the honeymoon phase of your marriage. And you opened the doors to some really keen collaborators as well. You and Kehlani really jumped out at me because I was talking about her tone.
I love her tone. And I just think she's honest. I haven't spent much time with her, but I was out to dinner with her the other night, and I just felt like, yeah, she seemed like she was pretty authentic.
Who in heaven's name is Clever?
It's this guy who I found on the internet, and he just has this vibe that's just, you can just feel the pain through the music.
Have you got that project in you at some point in the future?
It feels like yesterday. Was this 4 years ago? Yeah, it was.
And it picks up where Purpose left off, but goes even further.
Yeah. I mean, I was just in the back there, and I literally just came up with the title to my album, but I don't.
Okay, anyway, that's the part that I wanted to watch there when he talks about Billie Eilish and what he went through and how, you know, he says, I wouldn't want anyone to go through this. And I think that's an interesting concept because there's a lot of people who, I think, even knowing what child stars go through and hearing all these stories and seeing how damaged they are, still think, but what I wouldn't give to be in that position. Look at how much money they have. Look at how they never have to want for any material items, how they don't have to worry about things that we have to worry about because we're not, you know, we're not super rich. And I don't know. I think I really think it's one of those things that unless you have gone through something like this, which so few people do, you'll never know what you'll never know then what you are hypothetically signing up for. Right? By saying, sure, but I would still take that life. I would still take that fame and that money, even with clearly the bad that comes along with it. And I really wonder if I wonder how many child stars, if they had the choice to do it all over and not become famous, would choose to not become famous. I mean, it sounds as if Justin's saying right there, like, I wouldn't want anyone, you know, I wouldn't wish this on anyone. I wouldn't want them to go through this. Drake Bell, during the Quiet on Set documentary, when he was asked if he would do it all again, he's like, I can't answer that question. I feel as if I don't know. I think it's hard. It's hard to know because that's the only life that you know. Yeah, in everyone's head, there'll be the one person to overcome all this awful shit. Well, I think maybe too, it's looking at it like, okay, all this awful shit would happen, but it would still not be outweighed, or sorry, it would still not outweigh the good shit. I'll take that bad shit because it means then that I get all these other things. And I think people too look at it and go, well, I have trauma already. I have mental health problems. I was abused. Like, I had all these things happen. So it's not to say that those things don't occur when you're not famous. I don't know. People can't properly evaluate the bad shit against the good, even not factoring you don't know the full extent of the bad. Totally. Totally. Okay, last little thing I wanted to look at here. This is an article from 2011, The Sexualization of Justin Bieber. By most people's standards, I am not old. In some demographics, I still might be even considered a young adult, someone whom MTV can count on to watch Skins because none of these people could possibly belong to me, not even if I was a teen mom. Another show MTV has convinced me I need to see every week. Still, I'm no longer in high school or college or whatever stage of life Zac Efron is in now. And after I walked out of an early Friday screening of Justin Bieber's 3D film, Never Say Never, I felt like Chris Hansen would burst out from behind the curtain and tell me to take a seat. Do you know there's a 3-minute segment in this movie filmed entirely in slow-mo where Justin stands in front of a white canvas getting doused with a bucket of cold water just so he can slowly shake the droplets from his famous $750 haircut? Oh yeah, and his shirt gets wet too. You can see everything. Well, everything that there is to see on a 16-year-old pop star's torso anyway, but it was still too much. The film itself seems to have an uneasy relationship with Justin's burgeoning sexuality. Some scenes show him shirtless. The beginnings of a six-pack visible right before the screen is replaced by something a little more innocuous. The money shot comes at the end of the film, though, where director John Chu, I didn't know John Chu directed that, put in 10 whole uninterrupted seconds of the star running around sans shirt. A couple of girls in the audience needed immediate resuscitation, which gave me enough time to look up this movie line interview with Chu. John: I asked these fans what they wanted, and they said certain things, so I always kept it in mind. But where their heads were at was often different from what maybe the movie needed. They wanted shirtless Justin, and you gave it to them. A couple of parts, I actually didn't realize how much we put in until the fans screamed every time. But yes, they definitely made me aware of how many times we put it in. After last night, we are all well acquainted with how insane Justin's clown posse really is. There's no doubting that when asking a mega super huge fan what she'd like to see in Never Say Never, the answer would involve a lot of crooning and rending of garments. After all, these are the same young ladies who physically attacked Justin and his mother in New Zealand, ready to destroy their golden calf if it meant getting a piece of shirt. But Justin's still underage by a little over a year. He'll be 18 in a year and 1 month. And yes, there's a creepy countdown clock to his birthday online. We really got to stop with those. We really got to stop with the creepy countdown clocks, which places his sexuality in direct opposition to the whole Bieber machine that seeks to glorify him as a tween star. As Mary Elizabeth Williams wrote in her article about women and gay men, teen girls don't want a masculine Fabio. They want a perpetually pretty Peter Pan. So, I doubt I'm the only one out there a little uneasy about finding Justin Bieber sexy. I'm sure if Bieber's manager, Scooter Braun, could have his way, Justin would stay 16 and androgynous until our cyborg great-great-grandchildren finally stop singing Baby. Then maybe we would be allowed to flash his abs at us in 3D for more than a second. Yeah, it's this weird thing where managers of superstars like Justin Bieber need them to stay frozen in time, but also start sexualizing them from a young age But understand that there are like the dangers of a celebrity aging. Justin was able to maintain his fame, and, you know, as he grew up, his audience grew up too, and as he got older, he got new fans. It's the same kind of thing as Britney Spears at 15, 16, right? Yes. That's why Britney Spears at 16 years old, when she did the music video, what was it? Kiss Me Baby. What? No. That's not the one. The one where she's in the schoolgirl outfit, but she's sexy. She's in a sexy schoolgirl outfit. Hit Me Baby One More Time. Yeah. Yeah, where they are sexualizing her, but then also trying to make her look like a schoolgirl. They're trying to capitalize on her being a girl, but a sexy girl. All right, actually, this is the last thing I wanted to read. So, of course, when I was Googling stuff, Sinead O'Connor popped up. Sinead, who really is just in her life, was correct about so many things and was totally lambasted, made fun of, ostracized, etc., etc. So I don't know if you guys remember this, but Sinead O'Connor started talking about how these minors in Hollywood are being sexualized. They are victims of sexualization. And she had talked about Miley Cyrus, and then Miley Cyrus hit back at her and was essentially mocking Sinead O'Connor as being mentally ill. Well, here, I'll read about it in here. It's not just Miley Cyrus who's been sexualized by the music industry, says Sinead O'Connor. Justin Bieber has also been exploited, claims the singer, who says that young male artists are also victims of sexualization in music. I just think that people focus an awful lot on the female aspect to this, but it's also the males, she said during an interview. The very young male artists who are practically children or look like children are also being sexualized. Justin Bieber is a great example, she continued. When he came along, he was 16 years of age. He was younger than that, but she means like when he became super, super famous. Obviously, he was extraordinarily talented, so I'm not trying to negate that, but he was very much sold on his sexuality. She also highlighted Britney Spears' first music video, Hit Me Baby One More Time, in which the singer was dressed in a provocative version of a schoolgirl's uniform, age 16. Britney Spears, of course, was quite inappropriately young to be sold in that way, dressed up in a school uniform, but I think that really people forget that the guys are going through it as well, and I think that it's quite important. So famously, Sinead penned a series of open letters to Miley Cyrus in October of 2013, warning of how the 21-year-old is being pimped by the music industry. O'Connor was prompted to pen the letter after Cyrus said she was inspired by Nothing Compares to You when she made her Wrecking Ball music video, in which she rides nude on a wrecking ball. Sinead wrote, I'm extremely concerned for you that those around you have led you to believe or encouraged you in your own belief that it is in any way cool to be naked and licking sledgehammers in your videos, she wrote. It is in fact the case that you will obscure your talent by allowing yourself to be pimped, whether it's the music business or yourself doing the pimping. Nothing but harm will come in the long run from allowing yourself to be exploited, and it is absolutely not in any way an empowerment of yourself or any other young woman for you to send across the message that you are to be valued, even by you, more for your sexual appeal than your obvious talent. Cyrus responded by referencing O'Connor's battle with mental illness on Twitter and comparing her to U.S. actress Amanda Bynes. O'Connor responded with another letter in which she demanded Cyrus remove the tweets and threaten legal action. You have posted today tweets of mine which are 2 years old, which were posted by me when I was unwell and seeking help so as to make them look like they are recent, she wrote. In doing so, you mock myself and Amanda Bynes for having suffered with mental health issues and for having sought help. It is most unbecoming of you to, and you want to know the thing that both Sinead O'Connor and Amanda Bynes have in common is that their mental health issues were brought about by the sexualization and exploitation that they dealt with being in the business. It is most unbecoming of you to respond in such a fashion to someone who expressed care for you, O'Connor added. Yeah, don't love Amanda Bitbines having to catch strays in there. Yeah, not cool, Miley. I totally forgot that this had happened, but I remember it now. And then Sinead O'Connor went on to elaborate on her comments. She wrote a post entitled, "Concerning Justin Bieber," showing a photo of a younger, far less tattooed Bieber exposing his midriff. "Certain media have deliberately distorted remarks I made on Magic FM and elsewhere regarding the sexualization of minors via the entertainment industry," said O'Connor, who made news last year for a public dispute with Miley Cyrus over her sexualized image. "At no stage did I either launch an attack on Justin Bieber or offer him advice or mention what the media call his bad boy image. As part of the culture which tacitly supports the sexualization of minors by the entertainment industry, the media distort the words and voices of those who draw attention to the matter. To focus on Justin is to deliberately obscure what was actually discussed. This is the same culture which at the BBC prevented people from addressing the Jimmy Savile matter. Let's make everyone too frightened to talk. Seems to be the order of the day. Let's make it pointless to talk." O'Connor is referring to Jimmy Savile, a BBC television personality who died in 2011 but was alleged to have sexually assaulted and abused hundreds of people, including children, dating back to the 70s. Awful. He is such an evil person. What was discussed was the fact that there are elements within the entertainment industry engaged in the conscious sexualization of minors, O'Connor continued. "I do not suggest that these are artists. Having said that, there are artists who do not consider such things as simulating masturbation on stage when a quarter of the audience are children to be questionable. Artists who do not make clear beforehand that their show is not for minors. Equally, newspapers do not sit on top of shelves where children won't be exposed to the close-up Technicolor horrors that these papers print." O'Connor concluded by stating that the media do not warn that minors ought not to be exposed to violence. It ought therefore not to be a surprise that they choose to ignore and obscure the actual and vital substance of the discussion which was had on Magic FM and elsewhere concerning child protection, she wrote. So, the thing about this is Sinead is totally right when she's saying, look, it's not just the problem of these artists being sexualized when they are minors by their managers, by their by the record companies, by all the adults surrounding them making these decisions. It's the fact too that this is then what is shown and normalized for their audience of children. Now, regarding Miley Cyrus, Miley at 21, look, she's an adult, okay? And I think we always need to be careful when talking about sexual exploitation to not take away agency from adults. But Miley grew up in the machine. Miley had so many of the decisions made for her when she was really young. And it's hard to see how much agency Miley really had. And also, like, her audience was young. And so when she started doing more sexual content in her music during the Blurred Lines the Blurred Lines era, that is something that is not good for her young audience to be seeing. But I think that Miley as a 21-year-old is not the same thing as a Justin Bieber at 16 years old being sexualized. You know what I mean? So I think that it is true that celebrities, when they become famous and they're teenagers and they're being sexualized and exploited, that is bad. That is wrong. But it gets to a certain point when they grow up where obviously it's all related, because this is this is the life that they've are now used to, and this is what's been going on for years. But they are now adults. And so if Miley as an adult wants to be sexy and wants to break out of the Disney Channel good girl image, you know, that is her right to do so. You know, to try to move away from that teeny bopper wholesome image. Anyway, all right, I think that's all I have on the Justin Bieber situation. What did I say? 8 o'clock we were going to get to the JLO stuff? Awesome. We are right on track.
Okay, do we have time for...
Okay, let me close out of some of this stuff. We're going to get to JLO. Wonderful work covering it. Thank you. I appreciate hearing that. I do. I don't know. I really think it's important to cover this stuff on stream. And that's why I continue to cover it. But man, I have so many days where I'll end stream and I go, is this good? Is this effective? Am I making sense? Am I getting these points across? Am I talking about issues that are, I don't know. It's so much work to do stuff like this, putting together just the materials to talk about it and then trying to talk about it and talking about things that are this dense and heavy night after night. I don't know. Okay, good. Good. Yeah. Don't be harsh on yourself. You're good. Thanks. Yeah. Streaming is an amazing medium, but it's a tough one because it's all live. And I feel as if I constantly am monitoring every word coming out of my mouth, wanting to make sure that I'm being fair, wanting to make sure that I'm being as accurate as possible, wanting to make sure that I'm being as I don't know, informative as I can be, because it's not a podcast. It's not YouTube. I can't record something. I'm not writing a script and perfecting it that way. So it's tough. And I think to myself sometimes too, oh, maybe I'll turn this into a YouTube video. So then I put extra pressure to make sure that I'm conveying what I want to say. And words are hard. Getting your thoughts out are difficult when you do it every night and for hours on end. It's not perfect. And so I just always hope that it's good enough. Okay. Well, I said what I wanted to say. Senior Hollywood correspondent, taking Hollywood down.
Months,
Ava Rouge, thank you for the 19 months. My favorite part of the day is getting tuned in. Thank you guys. Thank you for all the nice comments, and it's good. It's good to know. It's not me. I want you to know it's not me being like, do you guys like me? Do you think I'm pretty? Do you think I'm smart? I just do this so much. ECAC Bun, thank you so much for the 10. Thank you. I appreciate you. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. It's good enough. I do this so much, and I love the live streaming aspect, but it is also challenging. And I am somebody who's very critical of my work and my voice, and I want to make sure that I know I'm not going to be perfect, but I want to make sure that I am effective in what I'm saying and in getting my points across. So it helps to have feedback. It doesn't sound like you're searching for compliments. Okay, good, because I'm not. It really is me. When I check in with you guys on stuff like this, it's because I'll finish and go, did that make sense? Was I getting my points across? Was I don't know, bringing up things that get us to think and to consider in a different way? Dragon on me, thank you so much for the 5. Thank you so much. It's worthy stress. If your communication wasn't effective, then the stream premise would fall apart. We wouldn't all get the personal growth we're off of. Yes. Yes. True. True. If something isn't clear, we should ask. That's true too. Okay. Look, all these gifts, and Will isn't even shirtless. I know. Look, I don't need him. I think I speak for everyone here when I say you've taught us a lot about politics and pop culture. Sick. Well, speaking of politics, actually, no, it's not really politics, but speaking of pop culture, it's JLO time, you guys. Why is JLO having a bad time? Well, it's because when her documentary came out, which we're going to watch shortly, The Greatest Love Story Never Told, people started going in on Jenny from the block. And they've also dug up old comments of hers, which are in this article here, which are pretty bad, I will say. They're very cringe. Jennifer Lopez has a huge ego. There's no denying that. She is a narcissistic queen and thinks a lot of herself, and clearly still is that way, considering that she spent $20 million of her own money on this project of hers because nobody would finance it. But she truly believed that needed to be out in the world. Her love story, the greatest love story never told, needed to be told. Topping the reasons why people dislike JLo has always been her seeming obsession with the spotlight. Obviously, all celebrities want publicity to a certain extent, but Lopez often takes attention seeking to another level, whether it's her torturous tango with Ben Affleck, the frequent overhyping of her own talents, or her harsh criticism of other women. Not cool, Jennifer Lopez. With that in mind, let's dig into all the reasons why people seem to be losing their love for Jenny from the block. All right, so this is a 1998 Movie Line interview that resurfaced. The internet never forgets. And she had quite a few things to say about her fellow female actresses. So here, let me read them to you. Now that Lopez has edged up to what she calls the bottom of the A-list of actresses, how does she view the women with whom she's been in contention for roles? Like, say, Salma Hayek. Well, we're in two different realms. She's a sexy bombshell, and those are the kinds of roles she does. I do all kinds of different things. It makes me laugh when she says that she got offered Selena, which was an outright lie. If that's what she does to get herself publicity, then that's her thing. Columbia offered me the choice of Fools Rush In or Anaconda, but I chose the fun B movie because the Fool's script wasn't strong enough. Okay, now, a couple things. You have to remember that this is from the era when celebrities said really nasty shit about each other, okay? That era ended, I would say, circa 2014, when publicists took over celebrities' social media accounts. Back in the day, celebrities were known for saying kind of crazy shit about one another in interviews, in on both for paper and on TV, and then also on social media. Like we all know what Rihanna was acting like on Twitter. We all know what Lady Gaga was saying on Twitter in the early days. It was messy. People were talking shit. Anywho, so it doesn't surprise me that JLo, now this is particularly egregious, I will say, even given that this was much more normal than it would be today. Like today, you wouldn't have celebrities going in on one another like this unless it was politically safe for them to do so. But simply saying the stuff that Jennifer Lopez is saying here does not happen nowadays. Cameron Diaz, here's what JLo says. A lucky model who's been given a lot of opportunities. I just wish she would have done more with. She's beautiful and has a great presence, though. And in my best friend's wedding, I thought, when directed, she can be good. Ah! JLo, you're such a cunt. When directed, she can be good. Now you know. Now, remember the whole Mariah Carey, I don't know her? Makes a little bit more sense why she acts that way. Jennifer Lopez, I don't know her. I mean, I don't know her. Gwyneth Paltrow, here's what JLo says. Tell me what she's been in. I swear to God, I don't remember anything she was in. Some people get hot by association. I heard more about her and Brad Pitt than I ever heard about her work. Oh my God. I'm sorry, but to say that about Gwyneth Paltrow, especially in the 90s. Let's just come on, guys. Like, Gwyneth Paltrow has had way more prestigious roles than Jennifer Lopez has. Shakespeare in Love came out in Shakespeare in Love. Okay, hold on. Hold the fucking phone. This interview was the year that Gwyneth Paltrow was in Shakespeare in Love, which she won the Best Actress Oscar for. Girl! Or Seven, which came out in 1995. Came out a couple years before JLo was like, I'm sorry, but who's Gwyneth Paltrow? Like, what's she even been in? Huh? This was the era that Gwyneth Paltrow was working, okay? This isn't 2024 when Gwyneth is just selling her Goop products. This is the 90s. Gwyneth Paltrow was working. We're talking Perfect Murder. We're talking Emma. We're talking Great Expectations. We're talking Hook. We're talking Talented Mr. Ripley. We're talking Seven. We're talking Shakespeare in Love, Sliding Door. I mean, truly, she was one of the biggest actresses in Hollywood. Let's not pretend otherwise. Let's not pretend otherwise. She has certainly had a more bustling acting career than Jennifer Lopez has. Now, JLo's been in some great stuff, but JLo doesn't have a Best Actress Oscar either. So to pretend that Gwyneth Paltrow is a nobody, come on, JLo. Okay, here's what she has to say on Claire Danes. A good actress. Her emotional and inner life are available to her, which is a good start. But I feel like I see a lot of the same thing with every character she does. She's not that way in U-Turn, though. JLo's out here acting like she's Meryl Streep. Okay? I'm sorry. She's not. I'm not sorry. Sorry, I'm not sorry. She's not. JLo giving notes while simultaneously being catty as fuck on all of these actresses is hilarious. Winona Ryder, Here's what JLo has to say. I was never a big fan of hers. In Hollywood, she's revered. She gets nominated for Oscars, but I've never heard anyone in the public or among my friends say, oh, I love her. She's cute and talented, though, and I'd like her just for looking like my older sister, Leslie. Bitch! We're talking about Winona Ryder. We're talking about the Winona Ryder, you hating ass bitch. I've never heard anyone in the public or among my friends say, oh, I love her. Jennifer, come on, baby. Come on. Now we understand Mariah Carey's, I don't know her, about JLo. Because JLo was the queen of doing this. JLo was the queen of being like, yeah, I don't know. She's cute. I don't think anybody really knows who she is, though. And she's talking about an Oscar-winning actress. Madonna. Okay, here we go. Madonna. Do I think she's a great performer? Yeah. Do I think she's a great actress? No. Acting is what I do. So I'm harder on... Acting is what I do. So I'm harder on people when they say, oh, I can do that. I can act. I'm like, hey, don't spit on my craft. Acting is what you do. I mean, I don't want to erase Selena, and I don't want to erase Estelle. Like, I like JLo's movies. Let me be clear about this, okay? But yeah, calm down, Made in Manhattan. What are we fucking talking about? JLo, you're known for like B- rom-coms. That's the bulk of her work, okay? We're talking Monster-in-Law. We're talking Made in Manhattan. And then the occasional, what's the one where she has the abusive ex-husband? They're elevated. A lot of her work is elevated Lifetime films, okay? Okay, like, can we be clear about that? She was, now I gotta say it again. I like watching JLo movies. I'm down for Anaconda, okay? I'm all about it. But I feel as if it's important to... I feel like it's important to make the distinction that Jennifer Lopez clearly can't make here. That she is not considered a prestigious actress. Let's talk about Geekly. Let's talk about Geekly. Anywho, incredible stuff here. Absolutely incredible. So, when the interview was criticized, JLo claimed she was misrepresented. I was so misquoted and so taken out of context, and it's a sore subject for me, Lopez told Vanity Fair 3 years later. Can we stop saying things are taken out of context when the full context is there? When, like, the full thing that they said is there? That's not being taken out of context. Okay. We gotta stop calling the words that we say and the entirety of what we say as being taken out of context when we are criticized for it. Also, like, then what is the context? What is the context? Jennifer Lopez, you saying about Gwyneth Paltrow, tell me what she's been in. I swear to God, I don't remember anything she was in. Some people get hot by association. I heard more about her and Brad Pitt than I ever heard about her work. What's the context there, babes? JLo said, I don't like to hurt anybody. I don't like to hurt their feelings. I like to joke, so I do that sometimes. Oh, those are all jokes. Okay, got it. What they wrote in that article hurt people. I love that she's like, it's actually your guys' fault. You hurt people. I don't like to hurt people. I didn't realize that my words could impact people that way. You know, I was a nobody at that time. Oh, wait, you're nobody now? Okay. So I was still in that kind of fan mentality back in the Bronx. Other famous quotes from the interview include her thoughts on stealing a lead role from Sandra Bullock. I have this attitude and it won't change no matter how big I get, that you have to fight for things you want. You can't expect things to be handed to you on a platter, even if you can fill theaters week in and week out, because there's always somebody like me ready to kick down the door and steal the job right out from under you. What? I don't think Jennifer Lopez was ever going to be stealing a role from Sandra Bullock. Sorry. And then there's this little nugget about her husband at the time, Ohani Noah. It's tough for me because the men I'm attracted to, for some reason, haven't gotten it together. Even my husband, I feel, has a lot of potential, but he's not at the point where, I mean, even though he has lots of contacts, even though he's doing his own thing, opening a club and restaurant here, whatever business he gets in, he's not going to make as much money as me. That's something he has to deal with and live with, which is tough for someone like him. You go, girl. Their marriage lasted 1 year. Similarly, Lopez seems to have a tendency to talk over others and bring nearly all topics of conversation back to herself. An actress roundtable is circulating on TikTok, and in one clip, Scarlett Johansson is praising Laura Dern only to have Lopez cut her off mid-sentence and start talking about her own performance. How have I never seen this? Wait a second, you guys. How?
No, if I left, it wouldn't be for another job.
Oh, really? What would it be for?
Well, I don't know, if I met someone, if working here didn't fit in with our plans.
Marriage?
Perhaps.
More good women have lost a marriage into war, famine, disease, and disaster. You have talent, darling. Don't.
Is this not the video? I'm confused. Wait a second. Wait a sec. Is that not it? You click the related video? Oh, wait. Why is it giving my related video? Oh, wait, here it is. Great clip, though. Fabulous performance from Glenn Close.
Since we're on the topic of JLO, you guys have to see this actresses roundtable where it's just like the most brilliant, talented, amazing women at one table.
Why did I not post Ludwig's balls? Oh, I think I had Twitter up on a different page. It's probably whatever tweet was there.
And like Lupita would like answer a question and answer it with such brilliance and knowledge, and you just want to listen to her forever. And fucking JLO just interrupts and like out of nowhere starts talking about hustlers.
But with us, I had to play two characters in one movie, and I had the time it usually takes me to prepare for one. And these two characters are diametrically opposed to each other. They're individual, but they're also two entities that ultimately are one.
I think you're always kind of excited at the undertaking of a new role, a new movie. And I've done them for so long, and a lot of us have here, that you're not nervous. There's like butterflies, but it's not it's not like, oh, I'm gonna go down in flames. Right. It's not that nervous. But this was the first time in a long time that I was actually terrified to do that opening number, which I suggest.
I'm dead at her being like, I've been doing movies a long time. I mean, a lot of us have here.
I have to dance on the pole. I have to show them. I have to go there. And even though that's scary, and in my mind I was like, it's gonna be scary, but it's not. But then when I was there, and I have the dental floss on, and you know what I mean? And I'm out there like in a way I've never been. It was so scary. It was so terrifying.
Wait, we might one day have to go back and rewatch and watch this actress roundtable.
Like my heart.
Oh my God, she just keeps going. She just keeps going.
Nobody's even responding.
And she's walking onto the stage, and everybody's excited.
What?
And the shoot, and here we go towards the stage, and I have my robe on, and there's 300 extras.
And you can tell by the way that she's like hyping herself up. Like she really, really thinks that she deserves an Oscar for her performance. You would think she would just shut the fuck up and, like, listen to these women that are literal, like, Oscar winners. But instead, she won't stop yapping about hustlers. And if that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about this woman, I don't know what will.
I am dead. I really am. I cannot believe what a perfect clip that is. What I have to go. I have to watch that Actors Roundtable. I have to see the whole thing. Oh my God. I know where it is on YouTube. Yeah. Well, one day when we don't have anything going on, we're going to watch that roundtable. Holy shit. JLO is that one girl in English class who never did the reading, but who's always talking. Oh, that's so true, assessed one commenter. Others in the comments were wondering why Lopez was even part of the roundtable, given that many of the other actresses are considered more successful and well-rounded. Oh my God. For all her self-hype and criticism of others, it's generally agreed upon that most of Lopez's movies are underwhelming at best or wholeheartedly cringe at worst. She has starred in over 30 films, but most people can only name a couple, and the plots of those movies are suspiciously similar. A reserved woman who's overlooked until she gets a makeover and then is suddenly a bombshell swept off her feet. That plot is fun from time to time, but it's not exactly a full-bodied acting career. Similarly, her music career is peppered with pop hits, but none of them are particularly moving or memorable. Oh, man. The Bennifer saga. This list would not be complete without mentioning JLo's tumultuous relationship with Ben Affleck, which seems just as strained and performative today as it did 15 years ago when the pair were splashed on every tabloid. Affleck's miserable face being forever preserved as a meme might be a hint that Lopez might not be the most pleasant person to live with. That and the fact that she famously let random musicians rife through his private love letters to her without his consent for inspiration is yet another moment of questionable cringe. For those unfamiliar with the story, Lopez wanted to make an album about her and Affleck's romantic reunion and invited musicians to her house. That's when she shared the private letters, which Affleck had titled The Greatest Love Story Never Told. In a recent documentary, viewers can see Affleck looking shocked when his private letters are being passed around. I understand this picture now. Okay, that being said, let's watch this fucking documentary. All right. Do I have a mod in here who can do a Discord watch party? I am going to pull up our movie rules. You're here. Okay, great. How's your internet doing? We good to go? Thank goodness for Dune. What's up, Hannah Babana? Okay. Let's watch our movie rules, and then we are going to watch party The Greatest Love Story Never Told. So if you want to get your snacks, get your drinks, and we'll get into it. If you don't have Amazon Prime, that is okay. Join the Discord, or if you're already in the Discord, Dune Shadow will be hosting a watch party in the Discord, okay? So it's a way for people to watch who don't have Amazon Prime. Otherwise, if you have Amazon Prime, when I pull up the watch party, it will prompt you to log into your Prime, and then you don't need a time tracker or anything. You can watch along with us. And the reason we're doing these watch parties is because watch parties are going away on April 2nd. So we only have a couple days left with them. Thought we might as well use this great feature that we have, and will be past tense, because I really never use watch party. End of an era.
It's a groovy time for a movie time. So grab your gap and grab a seat. But don't forget to get something to eat. Delicious meat and nutritious meat.
You can't beat my meat for a special treat. Sucking on me is really neat.
Don't be a jerk and don't be a fool. Be a good neighbor and follow these rules. What are these rules? Remember to keep your shoes on at all times. Don't pull your penis out unless you really need to. Indecent exposure is a class 2 felony. Don't talk watch. Don't talk watch. If you really want it, don't let it work out. We still have a fucking money. Do not get caught in all the seats in front of you. While sitting there, I am everywhere at once. I will cut you up if you make out. Yeah, I will cut your lips and tongue from your head with a If I see you videotaping this movie, sights will rain down your throat with hard acid. Dissolve your testicles and turn your guns into snakes. This is a copyrighted movie for Time Warner. If I find you sold it on eBay, I will break into your house and tear your wife in half.
Okay. Made myself a sandwich. All right, before I fuck up the watch party, let me fix my system. Okay, I think I have to take it off there. Yep, okay. Great. Creator dashboard. Stream manager. Movie night. The greatest love story. Been waiting for this for weeks. Oh, I know. I know. We all have. Okay. Never told. Select title. Okay. Dune, are we good to go? I've got the watch party all pulled up. And ready to rock. Ready when you are. Okay. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start watch party. Watch party in new tab. Okay, I think Yep. Yep. Okay. Oh, hi. Oh, I bet I know what you want. You want a little bit of this turkey, huh? Yeah, you do. No infinite echo this time. All right, here we go. I don't know. I don't think we really did. I don't think we thought about her marriages. What the heck? Why did my watch party just shit out? Oh, there we go. Sometimes watch party is finicky. Oh. JLO thinks a lot of people think about her. True. I'm still. Girl, you know you don't have to do that too. She really thought everyone wanted this, yes. You know what? I wanted this. She showed everybody the book. Everybody. They're real letters. Oh my God. You and us both, Ben. I'm sorry, but her comparing herself to Prince. She's like, Prince did it. Just because you could, did you ever stop to think if you should? I think JLO was consumed by the idea that no one had done this before. Yeah, Beyonce is like, excuse me? Am I a joke to you? Look at Ben. Oh my God. Ben really does love her. Poppy. What do you mean it's not about me and you? Her manager's so not into this. Why didn't she make the movie about that then? About how, like, I don't know, her journey through life as an artist and not just on her marriages. And I'm sorry, but that's Beyonce. Queen was not to be stopped. I'm sorry, but this is so funny. I like how they were like, no one wants a movie musical. Like, it has nothing to do with that it's JLO or what the story is about. What is... Oh, JLo's abs are incredible. She has an incredible body. She's in such good shape. She said no cuts. Not me pushing down on me. Yeah, shit's expensive.
Bobby? Bubs? Come on. Come on. Because it's Friday, I have Din Tai Fung.
Oh, I just ate a sandwich, but I want Din Tai Fung.
Yeah, I got you all the
Oh,
stuff. you
thank
like.
you. We're watching JLo's documentary. Pressure, dun da 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 dun. Aww. They do seem cute together. That's what I need Will to say when I go, am I too fat? As long as he's at his Dunkin', he's good. She's a diva and he's just Duncan. Ooh. Marks her ex. So meta. Does Do you think he knew that she was on the phone with him in the documentary? Do you think Anthony knew that that's part of the documentary? Probably not, because they didn't have his voice on it. True. Taylor's Jason Momoa. She really reached out to everyone. Not available. Oh my god, she reached out to everyone. No, not James Corden. No. Nobody wants to say no. She's funny. She's funny, you guys. No, I don't. People scared to put themselves out there? Oh, they just don't want to do it. I don't think it's people scared of putting themselves out there. Jennifer. Ah! I'm an artist. I have to. Yes. Yes. Ben Affleck does not like it, but he does love her. I love. JLo pulling the "Would you love me if I was a worm?" Oh. I don't think that's true. Or maybe that's just not what she was giving outwardly, which can be the case. Cuz outwardly JLo seemed to think a lot of herself. I mean, we just read that interview. Okay, girl. I just don't get why anyone else would be afraid about JLo telling her truth. Okay, that's funny and that's self-aware. That was self-aware. Okay. Okay, some self-awareness. So much green screen. Setbacks. That guy is so enthused. Is this good? Honestly, you got 20 million to burn on a project like this. Why not? That's what I said when we watched the movie. You go, girl. You tell that truth. What would I make with a $20 million budget? I would also make the greatest love story never told. Except Will has never written me a letter, so I would write letters and pretend that he had written them for me. It's hard being an artist. The greatest love story never told. Get it straight. Get it straight. Then you gotta do it, girl. It's like the episode of Community where the dean directs a commercial for the college. Glow by JLO. But she's still just Jenny from the block. Can we get a smidge more green screen? For free? Yeah, that's nuts. 3 days before the wedding. I'm pretty sure it's because Ben didn't like how much they were in the media. He didn't like the spotlight being on them. Is she venting to the extras? I know, and then here we are, full circle. There is an irony in their marriage or in their relationship breaking up 3 days before the wedding because of the spotlight on them and the lack of privacy. And now her making this. Finally telling her story. She's camp. I'm enjoying. Jennifer Lewis. She's popping off. J. Give me a movie on JLO. Yes. Okay. I am obsessed. I'm obsessed with Jennifer Lewis. I still can't get over how random this cast was. It's because everyone else said no. I do love that Jennifer Lopez kept What is this? I love that she kept in all the moments where people were like, I don't get this, but I love Jennifer. I love Sophia. Fucking English. That's great. Oh, look at Ben. He's helping her with her project. That's cute. W wife guy. Okay, vocals. Casual 200,000. Yikes. Spare no expense. Ah! Good one. Like, the movie was fun. It was pretty to look at. Great production. Goofy. The rain is a sign for what? That says a lot. That this is the hardest project. Woo, 20 mil is a lot of money. Sheesh. Oh my god, Sadhguru. Oh, the $200,000 guest star. That's how much they paid for him. She's too pretty. Not like the other girls. Making her look beat up is wild. Like, that's interesting. That motivation there. Hmm. 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 Speak on it. She is one of the few celebs who's never had a good story come out about her. True. True. Okay, people have been making fun of her for this part. This is the clip. Yep. This apparently took 12 takes. Oh no. Oh. This era gives me so much nostalgia and I wasn't even alive. I get that. What? I've been watching the documentary. Sure can. Here, I'll grab one soup dumpling. So hard. Oh my god, I forgot Ben did date Gwyneth right before he did JLO. Good lore. Makes sense. Jane Fonda. Finally, you're ruining it. Jane Fonda's talking. Yep. Yup. Jane called her out. She's correct. God, I love Jane Fonda. I'm sorry, but comparing herself again. Uh. Yes. Yep. Oh, the irony. I do think that's fair. I think that's totally fair. Especially when it broke you up the first time. Because we're not talking about normal people, we're talking about celebrities. And not only when they got together did they have a relationship on social media, she showed their private letters and made it into her album, her movie, and her documentary. It's not even just posting a photo of them online, like a picture of the two of them. Cinema. Who's this guy supposed to be? I think a metaphor? The green screen is sending me as well. It's hard to it doesn't emotionally hit because of the green screen. Oh. That's not. That sucks. Like that I feel like feels I think the problem with her movie is it just didn't hit. It didn't feel really emotional. You know what I mean? No. The movie musical. Yeah, it felt yeah. No, I think the problem is the artistry in the movie didn't line up with the pathos of what Jennifer Lopez was trying to convey. And I don't think the music was very good. I gotta be honest. I don't think the album is that great. More mud. I think it's not hitting because part of getting over these kinds of emotional issues is letting go of ego to heal, but she's so clearly ego driven. Yeah. It just didn't feel honest because it felt first and foremost like a vanity project. She's a great dancer. This scene couldn't have happened without green screen. Yeah. They needed the green screen. Your ass is greater than JLo's? I'd buy that. And see, that's interesting too. Exploring what it's like being older now as a woman and trying to find your place, not just as a woman, but as an artist. Like, I think there's a lot of interesting stuff that she has referenced or discussed in this documentary that came nowhere close to the movie. And it's also tough to feel it's tough to feel genuinely sad for her when you know all the awful stories about Jennifer Lopez. Like, she's... Yeah, yes, you don't have anything. Yes, there you go. There you go. Jennifer is one of those celebrities that there's not a single good story about her. Like, there's a lot of stories about her, and they're all bad. I think it's Air. That is genuine and that is relatable. It is just hard in the context of that movie that she made, where she even said she didn't have to make it, she wanted to. Where I'm like, Jen, you didn't have to miss the premiere. You are Janough. I don't know if that's the smartest thing. She's funny, her manager. What is going on? Is that a Pilates move? Sometimes. Yeah, that's true. Why can't she use those themes? That's what I keep saying. The documentary is so interesting because so much of what she's saying is not what was in that movie at all. How old are her kids? At least teenagers. Probably like 15, 16. cinema. The beleaguered man. Talking about Ben Affleck. Oh my god. It's like this is you guys teaching me. Yeah. Jane still doesn't know what that movie was about, by the way. I don't think she's seen it. There is also an irony in her spending $20 million on this. When she's notoriously a very cheap tipper. That she's like really cheap. I love her bejeweled drinking cups. Yes, JLO. Yes, Queen. So true. Speak, JLo. This motherfucker. Yeah, that was $200,000 advice, you guys. Please. Yeah, I was like, we can't end on a Neil line. Remember, guys, we're all made of stardust. But so is a literal piece of shit. Cinema. What'd you guys learn? Love you. I still love you. Thank you, Dune Shadow. Thank you for hosting the Discord watch party. You learned that Ben Affleck is very patient. Yep. To follow your dreams. To believe in myself or something. absolutely nothing. That I'm matured, that she's ready for the vlog. We learned JLo's the queen of mid movies. Even JLo cries that delusional takes you far. Yep. With enough money, you could never go to therapy. JLo still be. Oh, she's gorgeous. Is this what the OTK movie's gonna be like? It sure is. It's exactly how the OTK movie's gonna be like. I learned that there are people out there with 20 mil to spend on a project that at most 1,000 people watched. I'm so curious how many people watched this documentary. Also, does it have a rating? Let's see. The greatest love story never told. Look, I don't think the greatest love story never told should make you feel strongly one way or another about JLo. I don't think it'll make you absolutely fall in love with her and think that you've just completely misjudged her. But I also don't think it's gonna I don't think it makes you like despise JLo necessarily. I think you watch it and go, there's obviously some interesting, profound things that she talked about or like mentioned about aging, about emotional neglect as a child. Like there are things in there that I think are certainly important. But also it's Jennifer Lopez, and I think it's very easy to see how this is driven by ego as much as the descriptor is like letting ego go. It's really not. It's just ego to the max still. And okay, like, you know what? Fucking fine. Jennifer Lopez wants to spend $20 million on this project that she feels so passionate. It's very on brand. It feels on brand for JLo, if I'm being honest. Even though it's supposed to be this, JLo has learned all these lessons and has to share it with the world. It definitely still feels on brand for JLo. It was entertaining. I do think JLo's entertaining. I do. Look, I can relish in celebrities who are just super narcissistic and quite ridiculous. But I also liked that there were moments in the movie where she is obviously not, I don't know, she kind of put front and center the fact that nobody understood this fucking thing. Like, I think that was funny. But the other problem is that JLo gets it but doesn't get it. You know what I mean? Like, she would talk about how this is meta and stuff like that, but she doesn't understand it. My favorite quote from this was when she said, "I've changed over the last 20 years." Like, wow, no way. I also think that JLo views herself as an artist in ways that a lot of people don't. And I'm never going to be the person to say, don't make your art. Don't let expectations of you keep you from creating. But I don't know, the part where she was saying that Ben understood that she was an artist, and even though he didn't get it, I'm like, yeah, but there's a difference between not wanting to stifle someone's creativity and then something just simply not being that great. You know? I don't think it was a matter of, I have to make this because I'm an artist. I think it was, or she even said, I don't have to make this, but I want to make it. But then it was very clear that she like had to make this. Even though in the beginning she said, I don't have to make this, I want to make it. But the movie and then so much of the documentary expressed this, no, as an artist and as like finally ready to tell my truth, like I needed to tell this story. The greatest love story never told. I had to do it. Jane was the best part. Jane was really funny. I think Jane did it because she cares about JLO. I think it's pretty clear. Hogan, thank you for the gifted to Jane Fonda. Yeah, and granted the whole thing is not about Ben Affleck, but it is the fact that she showed anyone and was like, oh yeah, everyone can see these letters. Jennifer Lopez did not display any sense of, maybe this is something that's private that I should keep private. It was just really wild to hear them talk about why their relationship fell apart the first time, and then hear Ben be like, I wanted to make sure this time around that we weren't going to go through that again and we would have privacy. And then I, finally realized, oh, maybe that's not fair. I'm like, well, I certainly think it is, especially when you're celebrities where it's really hard to have privacy. And I also think it's fair when that is the thing that broke you up in the first place was the incessant paparazzi. So I think like it's smart to look at things and go, maybe I should try to do things, we should do things differently this time. So, anyway, she realized halfway through production that it was a flop. I don't know if she did. I think it's only now that JLo is realizing that people aren't responding to the album. They're not responding to the movie, and they're not responding to the documentary. I think this is what is throwing her for a loop. I think she genuinely finished the movie musical and went, yep, I did it. And she did the documentary and she did the album, and then boom, boom, boom. And unfortunately, I mean, look, she had this whole tour set up. She had this massive tour set up, and she had to cancel dates. Caroline, please almost jam. Are we still watching? But no, I'm gonna end stream a little bit because I have to prepare for this conversation tomorrow on stream, and I have to get up early. Sorry. We will watch Bottoms though before we lose. Watch party. So you can go to sleep. The album debuted at number 38. Sadly. Yeah. You know what? You know what though? JLo is so successful that she was able to do that. That says something, okay? JLo can at least look at her success and her wealth and her fame that she's accumulated over the years and go, I was able to make that thing. How many people can say that? How many people can do that? So even though everything's been flip-flopping and she's kind of getting torn apart on social media for pretty legitimate reasons, she's a successful ass boss bitch. Winona Ryder could have never done this. JLo could have done Beetlejuice, but Winona Ryder couldn't have done the greatest love story ever, never told. Jokes, obviously. Just kidding. Alrighty, guys. I gotta go. Did you hear about the Amy Winehouse biopic and the horrible singing? Yeah, I've seen it. Remind me, link it on another stream so we can look at it, because I feel like I've streamed a lot this week and I'm a little bit burnt, but that's why I had intended on taking tomorrow off, but now I'm doing this conversation on stream. It'll be great though. I hope you guys can show up for it. I hope you could show up for it. It'll be at I'll probably go live around 9. I'll probably go live around 9, and then I will be chatting with these journalists around 10. So it'll be a short stream. Cool. And then Sunday will be dinner and a movie. 9 a.m. Yes, 9 a.m. 9 a.m. I'm going to go live around 9 a.m. Maybe 9:15. We'll see. Because I have to, I want to like be live long enough that I can talk to you all before I jump on Zoom with them at 10. So anyway, night owl chatters. Look, I don't expect you guys to get up, but if you're somebody who gets up in the morning, I will be doing that. 9 a.m. Pacific time. Yeah. Okay. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Maybe. I mean, I'll be there. Maybe you'll be there. Or you can catch the VOD later. Anywho. Otherwise, dinner and a movie will be Sunday at like 5:30. The usual. The usual. Okay, good night, guys. I'm sending you guys over to Sandwich. Thanks as always for everything. Only 2 more days for Women's Month, so I don't know. Do with that information what you will. KK, see you later. Bye.